Testing. Tapi dia dah ada. Testing.
Halo.
Dia tak dengar tadi, kita tak dengar dia. Macam mana? Maju.
Halo, halo. Cek, cek, cek.
Ya, Mas Anang.
Testing, testing. Dengar tak? Assalamualaikum. Dengar dia tak dengar kita. Testing. 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 Assalamualaikum. Testing. Assalamualaikum. Testing. Okay, dah dengar.
Satu, dua, tiga.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, Basar.
Gimana panitia? Udah siap?
Super, oke.
Oke. Ini dari luar sudah masuk ini. Ya.
Biar Pak.
Gimana Pak Yusa? Doanya udah mantap?
Insya Allah mantap Pak.
Amin, amin ya Rabbal alamin. Mantap loh.
Lupa peci.
Nah, itu.
Yep.
Hostnya siapa di sini hostnya?
Background ada nampak background mana?
Siapa host di sini?
Kat mana? UKM ada.
Halo?
UKM boleh.
Bapak-bapak dan ibu-ibu, hostnya siapa di sini? Saya mau cek share screen.
UKM. Ada yang edu juga dalam ni. Nampak edu juga. Apa ini? Edu ni. Sekejap saya tengok.
Silakan Pak kalau mau share screen.
Ini disable ini masih.
Masih disable Pak ya?
Iya, gimana mau share screen? Mau ngecek aja apakah oke atau enggak, nanti gugup.
Oh iya.
Pak, mungkin
Pak.
bisa backupnya dikirim juga Pak ke panitia Pak, biar nanti dibantu kalau Bapak trouble.
Oke. Tak kirim ya.
Ya,
Ke
kirim
siapa? Kirimnya ke siapa?
ke Sari jadi, ke Kak Joni langsung jadi Pak.
Oke.
Ini boleh. Tahniah UKM ni.
Ya. Boleh. Kejap, boleh. Boleh. Okey, boleh. Sekejap Adik, tiba lagi boleh. Tak dah dia. Tak tahu tak mute ke? Tak ada keluar mute pun. Yang lain ada. Oh, Ifan pandai. Aku tak tahu. Tak sini. Baik lah.
Yang pergi sana.
Tak ke ni dah bagi. Si Wan
Ya.
sign for free ni.
Adik,
Tak boleh buka.
Ya.
Tak boleh buka. Tak boleh buka. Tak boleh buka.
Nampak? Ni dah masuk dah, okey. Kalau tak nampak 50 tahun je. Okey. Dia letak UKM. Background dia dah letak UKM dengan dia punya ni. WhatsApp ke saya. Sebab dia dah letak kat kata WhatsApp saya. Oh, digital ni. Datuk ke? Saya ada tantangan digital. Su. Kejap.
Sibuk dah sibuk. Sibuk dah dia.
Kejap Su, dulu jap.
Sibuk dah dia orang.
Sakit telinga earphone je sekarang kita ni. Kan? Sakit telinga dia punya. Sesang tak elok rasa.
Betul? Dengan mata.
Letak so nanti kat WhatsApp. Besar ni background dia ni.
Resolution ni, kalau Datuk tak habis lagi dia punya Viva, awak baca.
Testing, testing. Kita tak dengar dia. Assalamualaikum. Apa Mon? Ada kursi nak kotak. Hello? Hello? Ya kan?
Siapa itu Sarah ya? Halo, assalamualaikum. Can you hear us?
Yes, sir. It's very clear.
Yeah. So the conference will be started very soon.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As it has been scheduled that today we are going to have the third International Conference on Social Sciences and Humanities 2020, or in short, ICOSH3. The theme of our conference is the implication of COVID-19 pandemic towards education, social life, and global economy. In this opening ceremony, we have some agendas to follow. Firstly, opening. After that, singing Indonesian national anthem and followed by Malaysian national anthem. The third agenda is prayer. Next, speeches. After that, we have plenary session. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Now we came to the first agenda. In this opening, let's say Basmala. Ladies and gentlemen, next agenda is singing Indonesian national anthem and followed by Malaysian national anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, please be raised. seated. Now it's time to say parade. The parade will be conducted in Islamic way and led by Mr. Muhammad Yustian SSMSE, while others please do in your own way.
Oke. Ya. Oke.
Thank you, Mr.
Halo. Halo.
For all the participants. Let's pray.
Ya. Auzubillahi minasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Wa qala rabbukum lakum hamdan syakirin hamdan na'imin hamdan yuafi ni'amahu wa yakafi mazida. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu wa lakal syukru kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karim wa azimi sultanik. Allahumma sholli wa sallim ala sayyidina Muhammad. Allahumma ja'al hadzal mu'tamar International Conference of Social Science and Humanities 2020 Al-Mu'tamar Al-Ilmi fi Mardatillah. Ya Allah, Allahumma bi barakatil Fatihah wa sirril Fatihah ya farijal ham ya kashifal gham. Rabbana zalamna anfusana wa lam taghfir lana wa tarhamna lanakunanna minal khasirin. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azabannar. Da'wahum subhanakallahumma wa tahiyatum fiha salam akhiru da'wanil hamdulillahi rabbil alamin.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Now we have speeches. Firstly, report by the committee on the conference to Mrs. Hoirunisha SPD MPD. Time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, the Vice Rector for Academic Affairs, Sriwijaya University, Professor Zainuddin PhD, Your Excellency, Dean of Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Sriwijaya University, Professor Dr. Kiagus M. Sobri, MSI, Your Excellency, Dean of Faculty of Education, University Kebangsaan Malaysia, the Honorable our keynote speaker, Associate Professor Dr. Azhar S.A. MSc LLM from Faculty of Social and Political Science, University of Sriwijaya, Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Mazan Awang, Faculty of Education, University Kebangsaan Malaysia, Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Najam Ul Kasib, Faculty of Education, the Islamia University of Bawalpur, Pakistan. Associate Professor Badri Najib Zubir, IIUM, Academy of Graduate and Professional Studies, International Islamic University, Malaysia. All of the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference is an annual conference organized by the Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Sriwijaya University, in collaboration with the Faculty of Education of the University Kebangsaan Malaysia. The conference highlighted the latest finding of multidisciplinary and empirical evidence in social science research in the context of the social sciences and humanities. The conference, the term this is conference, the implication of the COVID-19 pandemic. COVID-19 pandemic on education, social life, and the global economy. With this term, we presented speaker and the main speaker who deliver relate to the main theme. This conference provides valuable opportunities for academic, scientists, researchers, and practitioners to share experience. It is hoped that the intellectual discourse will result in future collaboration between universities, research institutes, and industry, both locally and internationally. Going forward, today conference participants will register for this conference are more than 200 number of papers submit to the committee are 124 papers. I hope that today we will have useful and beneficial exchange. We wish you success with this important conference, and we look forward to learning about the result. Finally, I would like to thank the organizing committee for their extraordinary efforts in organizing the conference. I pray Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala that this conference will be successful. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for the speech. Ladies and gentlemen, next is welcoming speech by Vice Rector for Academic Affairs and before opening officially of the conference. To Dr. Zainuddin PhD, time is yours.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Distinguished participants, all committee members, especially for Dean of Social Science and Politics of Sriwijaya University, and also Dean of Faculty Education and the staff, maybe from Islamic International University of Malaysia. About you have my sound? Is okay? Okay. Yang berbahagia pembicara kunci kita, keynote speaker, Profesor Madya, PM Dr. Mazan, and then Dr. Azhar from Sriwijaya University. Today, maybe I will talk in Indonesia, maybe in Malay, and also in English is campur, yeah, because I am had some experience during stay in Malaysia for about years, yeah, in UTM. I am graduate from University Technology Malaysia. Yeah. On behalf of Rector Universitas Jaya, I am pleased to welcome you on this online webinar. This webinar is the seminar as realized of collaboration between Universitas Jaya and University Kebangsaan Malaysia. As may know that Universitas Jaya have program for academic collaboration with some universities such as this seminar. I hope that this seminar not limited for science and information exchange only, but also for other things in order to improve our university services. Unfortunately, due to pandemic COVID-19, we can do this seminar program by meet physically, and by using webinar facility, we can do our agenda. For all of hard work, the committee of this webinar, Rector Universitas Jaya highly appreciated. Regarding information from Professor Apitri yesterday, as a Vice Dean for Academic Affairs of Faculty Social and Politics Science, Universitas Jaya, have and agree for conducting several cooperation activities such as this virtual seminar. It means that under COVID-19 pandemic, it's possible to conduct other activities such as student mobility and other. I believe that by participating in this seminar, we are in the right place and the right time. Together, let us accelerate the exchange of ideas and scaling up of good practices. I am confident that all participants will get a new knowledge and experience in our sciences. I wish you all a very successful with this seminar. Thank you very much for your attention. With Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. On behalf of Rector Universitas Jaya, I declare that webinar, the third international conference on sustainable development and multi-ethnic society is open. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Zainuddin, PhD, for the speech. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is all our opening ceremony. After this, we are going to have plenary session that will be led by a moderator. Now we came to our main program, plenary session, who will be led by our moderator. To Associate Professor Dr. Andi Al-Fatih, MPA, time is yours.
Prof. Madya Azlan, Dr. PM Mazlan, Prof. Andi Al-Fatih, and also Dr. Azhar, maybe, yeah, this webinar, yeah, it's okay.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Zainuddin.
Yeah.
All right. Alhamdulillah wa syukurillah. Allahumma ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali sayyidina Muhammad. Rabbi sadri wa yassirli amri wa tamil lisani. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Indonesia. Good morning, Malaysia. Good morning, And good morning, Sri Lanka. Welcome to plenary session. I am Associate Andi Al-Fatih, MPA, very been here to serve as a moderator to have keynote speakers from 3 different countries. They are Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Mahdan Awad from Faculty of Education, University Kebangsaan Malaysia. The second one is Associate Professor Dr. Azhar, LLM MSc, from the Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Universitas Sriwijaya. The third one is Associate Professor Dr. Badri Najib Zubir from Academy of Graduates and Professional Studies of International Islamic University, Malaysia. Last but not least, we have Associate Professor Dr. Faculty of Education, University Pakistan. I'm going to give the speakers opportunities to present papers on various different topics, one after another. Let's start from the first. He is going to talk about the COVID-19 pandemic towards education for rural community. Pak Azan, you have 20 minutes for your presentation. From now, time is yours. Please do. Oke. Pak Mazan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ya, waalaikumsalam.
Minta maaf Bapak, ini teknikal.
Ya,
Alhamdulillah rabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Sebenarnya saya rindu dengan teman-teman di Unsri dan Palembang ini.
Alhamdulillah.
Dari hatilah, sebab bila lihat dari jauh ini rindu teringat kepada Pak Fitri, Pak Sabri, Pak Andi, semua sekali yang ada. So tak apalah, kita dapat lepaskan kerinduan menerusi ICOSH3. Alhamdulillah. First of all, I would like to thank you very much for Unsri, for having a very great collaboration and friendship actually to organize many academic activities for the past, I think for more than 3 years. For more than 3 years, 5 years more than that, I think we always meet together, conducting many things. And for the information of the audiences, Unsri and UKM has a very good tie because we always carry many things, not only an official thing, but an official thing, a social thing, many things. We visited Palembang, and then the Palembang groups also came to Malaysia, but now a bit a problem for us to meet physically, but Alhamdulillah we can meet virtually. Thank you very much also for the speakers. One of them is my friend from Dundee University, Associate Professor Dr. Najam. He was studying in Dundee University during my time, did PhD there. And also my friend from International Islamic University, Associate Professor Dr. Badri Zubir, also the Dean for IIUM Academy and Professional Studies. And also my friend also Dr. Azhar. Alhamdulillah, we meet together. So my topic today is the implication of the COVID-19 pandemic towards education for orang asli and rural community in Malaysia. Indeed, I and Professor Fitri has published one book published by Unsri Publications. We call it Pembangunan Community Marginal, which is one section of them. We talk about orang asli. So today, inshallah, I will present my keynotes on the effect of or the implication of the COVID-19 pandemic toward education for orang asli in Malaysia. So actually, the COVID pandemic. Go to next slide, please. Okay, the COVID-19 pandemic actually has changed many of the norms of life into a different situation. We cannot do many things as usual. We are not able to do many activities that we are normally do because we have to isolate ourselves from meeting people. The COVID-19 pandemic also caused panic due to the danger of this deadly pandemic, and there is no cure to cure this pandemic. In a situation where COVID-19 hit the world, vigorously developed communication has become the main medium to handle many activities. So we need to find different way to communicate with other peoples. We cannot see physically, so now the technology has helped us to communicate with all our friends and all the members all over the world. Actually, the COVID-19 pandemic has affected common practice in education as well. The teaching and learning process is becoming a new norm. Such virtual technology has long been practiced in most developed countries such as Germany. So the virtual technology actually has long been practiced in most developed countries, such as in Germany, in France, in Germany, in Italy, United Kingdom, and the United States, Japan, and South Korea. For them, this kind of technology is normal for them. They are doing this daily. In a season, for instance, not the next slide, the previous slide. Okay, thank you very much. No, the previous. Okay, I'm talking about the situation in urbanized community overseas, such as in Australia, Japan, everything. For them, technology, virtual technology is common for them. But for us, we are living in what we call it like developing countries. There are so many rural residents in our country. For instance, in Malaysia, more than 7 million people live in rural areas. And then most of them live in 5 states in Malaysia, namely Pahang, Kelantan, Sabah, Sarawak, Kedah. These 5 states in Malaysia has many rural residents. So due to that situations, go to the next slide. Okay, we can see that the majority of rural residents are populated in Kelantan, Pahang, Sabah, Sarawak, Terengganu. Sorry, not Kedah. Malaysia has around 27 or 30 million people. Compared to Indonesia, I verified. Indonesia has, I think, 300 million people. So many people live outside. So we go to orang asli community. Go to the next slide. Okay. How many of them in Malaysia? There are so many orang asli still live in rural areas. And we can see that there is an increasing numbers of orang asli identified by national data. In 1960, the 3,000 orang asli, and in 2003, 147 orang asli registered in our national data. And I do believe that there are so many orang asli live in remote areas now, but they are maybe not in our data. So most orang asli actually live in 3 states, Pahang, Sabah, and Sarawak. So online learning during pandemic, let us think about them. Do we have sufficient infrastructure to support online learning? We are now doing online learning, online communication, but how about them? How about orang asli who live outside from the normal situation here? What happened to them? How do they learn many things? Because the curriculum, national curriculum is for all, irrespective of where they live. Either they live in urban areas, either they live in rural areas. We use the same curriculum, we use the same measurement, we use the same teaching techniques, not only the same, but the principle is quite the same because we are going to test them and provide grades and everything reports. So during this pandemic era, there is the pandemic situation, what happened to them? What happened to orang asli? So such problem faced by the orang asli community who still live far away in rural areas and they face difficulties in accessing the internet. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay. So in an effort to identify how COVID-19 pandemics has affected the orang asli community and rural population, we will first need to identify, do they have any interest or any skills or any potential to evolve in modern technology? There are so many orang asli in live in rural areas, but we don't know, do they have interest to engage in modern employment sector? So a group of UKM researchers, and during that time also Professor Fitri also involved, but he did not had a chance to visit orang asli due to situation in Malaysia during that time, difficult for him to commute from Kuala Lumpur to rural area. But theoretically, he also officially involved in development for orang asli community in Malaysia. So we did a study to screen, do they have a career interest, especially to engage in modern employment sectors. The results, as you see on the screen, show that the majority of orang asli students have a career tendency, according to Holland's career tendency model test. The majority of them are more likely to get involved in professions in a social category. Social category, according to Holland's tendency models, involve the careers in community education, also working as a teacher, social workers, and other jobs involved directly with society. Meanwhile, the second category, the majority of orang asli has a skill and tendency to involve in artistic employment sector. It refers to the jobs based on arts and creativity. So the artistic employment sector is a much needed sector in the era of fourth industrial revolutions. This is because artistic is a job that is based on the quality of human capital. Many past studies have shown that orang asli have a lot of artistic talents and have artistic skills that they have potentials to be developed. The question now is that, why are so many orang asli still dropping out from the school? And why is it still happening? They have tendency, they have interest to get involved in modern sectors, but the problem is majority or many of them are still facing problems, dropping out from schools. Okay, next. So actually, next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, right. Okay, I was a school teacher. You can see there, a person behind me. He was my ex-student or ex-pupil. I taught in remote area in 1994 to 1996. So in the 1990s, road and electrical infrastructure facilities were very limited. Teachers who had served in orang asli schools faced such difficulties in 1990s. I worked at an orang asli school in Rompin, Pahang during that year, 1994 to 1996. So at that time, electrical power using a power generator only, and then it works around 6 hours per day with a limited electrical power. We cannot use more than 2 or 3 bulbs only. So the electric comes around 8 p.m. until 6 p.m. only. No tap water facilities and no access to the nearest town. Then it takes around 1 hour to get to arrive the nearest town. So these situations make the teachings and learning process require creativity in accordance with the norms, values, and cultures of orang asli. After 36 years, I made a social visit to the school. I was surprised that not much had changed physically. I had the opportunity to meet my former student who returned to inherit the hardship of living in the countryside by adopting the orang asli way of life. You can see that. I was so surprised. I met him and then he recognized me and then called me, oh Cikgu. And then he still recognized me. And then we talk about what happened to his friend. And then he told me that most of them are still doing the traditional jobs, fishing, collecting some fruits and do a very hardship living there. You can see that. So from that, when I came back from there, so I started, so now I think I need to do lots of research on that. So I did many research, met many experts in community development, sociologists, developmental sociologists, including experts from UNSRI as well. We talk with sociologists there. And then
excuse me,
Yep.
Ramadan, excuse me. You have another 5 minutes for your presentation.
Okay, last more slide. So I introduced the model, we call it, go to the last slide. Next slide, please. So I and my team introduce the model, we call it a culturally responsive pedagogy. And a culturally responsive pedagogy for orang asli are fundamental for them. So it involves lots of norms, values, and there. So as the world is rapidly changing, a specific educational project targeting at massive transformation among Aboriginal community is highly needed. This model emphasized the importance of the elements of values, norms, and culture for orang asli community in handling many subjects then. So in conclusion, the COVID-19 pandemic has had a significant impact on the visual learning process of the rural population and the orang asli. A contingency plan to enable learning to take place effectively during such a crisis is essential. So the plan should take into account in detail the element contained in the culturally responsive pedagogy model. This is my suggestion, and I thank you very much for inviting me as a keynote speaker today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. This is very interesting, Pak Mazlan. In Indonesia, we have not orang asli, but we have orang asing. I think, yeah, the meaning is the same, I think. Orang asing and orang asli. Okay, let's give a big applause. All right, participants, you have 10 minutes to address your questions. Please do. Participants, you have time to address your questions if you do. All right, while waiting for the question from other participants, Pak Mazlan, I have some question to ask. As we know that during this COVID-19 pandemic, most students study from home, although it is unavoidable. Yeah. What I want to find out is how is the teaching and studying quality in Malaysia, especially for orang asli, yeah, because they live in remote area. Just in case there are some barriers for them to study, like infrastructure, you know, electricity or whatever. That's all my question, Pak Mazlan.
Thank you very much, Pak Zahar, for the questions. We are sharing the same issue here. Online learning cannot reach many people who live outside from or who live quite far from urban areas, especially for orang asli and rural areas. But we are lucky because most of the teachers who serve in rural areas, they are so creative. They take their initiatives, and many of them do a traditional way of teaching, but in a different situation. Let's say I saw one school introduce a kind of like a McDonald's style drive-through section. So parents go to pick up the printed copies of learning materials and then taking back and then let their children finish it and then returning back to the school. So the school becomes a section like a McDonald's drive-through or KFC like drive-through. So they can communicate directly with teacher, but not many parents are able doing that as well because they may have limited knowledge on that. Difficult communication. How to let parents to get involved in that becomes another issue. So teacher actually, most of the rural teachers do their lots of activity. That's why I'm also suggesting that for those teachers who have practiced various kind of teaching practices, please come forward. We share their experience, your experience. We share how to handle this, and then we record it, and then we make it our local, or we call it, what is that? Local wisdom, one of the intellectual properties. Come to the universities, talk to us. We make it officially. So make the practice one of the local wisdom and also intellectual property. I know that many teachers who serve rural areas, either in Malaysia or Indonesia, they do lots of practices, but we don't know here. So come forward, talk to us. We may do action research and then register it as one of the intellectual properties of the country, Malaysia or Indonesia. I think that is the best way to, at this point, to respond to the question.
All right, so it sounds very creative, Pak Mazan. The teachers came to the students, came to the orang asli rather than studying from home. All right, thank you. I hope it can be conducted also in Indonesia. There is a question from Abdul Halim. Let me read it for you. Could you please give gender on how and on how to read this phenomena in rural community? So I repeat the question. Could you give us the gender? Oh, sorry, perspective gender. Okay. Could you please give us the perspective gender on how to read this phenomena in rural community? I hope you can hear my beautiful voice.
So let me clarify it. That means from gender issues, male, female, like that, or what is that? That one. Gender issues, or what kind of that?
Yeah, so I don't know exactly what the questioner mean, but I just read the question.
Okay.
Could you please give us the perspective gender on how to read this phenomena during COVID-19 pandemic in rural community?
It might be, please correct me if I'm not mistaken. So Mr. Khalid asked me the gender perspective, male or female, in terms of educational practices. If I'm right, what he asked me. So gender practices in education during pandemic might be the question that that he wants to know. So as my concern is that I'm looking at the gender issues in Asia actually as a very unique study, because in Asia culture, gender, male or female, culturally, we have a specific perceptions of the role between gender, male and female. There are so many perceptions that female do better in academics rather than male. On the other side, male do better in physical tasks rather than female. So these are contradiction between the role of male and female culturally. So when it comes to the situation, pandemic COVID-19, the same way might be happen, because maybe, I'm calling maybe, female are more likely to engage in lots of homeworks given by teachers rather than male, because physically, because our culture usually more likely to differentiate between the roles between male and female. It is supposed not like that, but our culture always separate between two ways or two different roles between male and female. And also, if you look at the current practice in Malaysia or Indonesia, in other things, most of the female students usually achieve better results academically compared to males. So when it comes to pandemic, when do lots of academic works, I do believe that female more active compared to male in doing what we call it academic works here. But for whatever reasons, there is I can see that there is not much differences in terms of gender issue when it comes to the current situation, because the current situation much more on how to get a survive. If we look at the hierarchy of survival, the first thing to survive is to make sure that we can live, we can stay alive right now, and then moving forward to the next. So I'm hoping that I'm answering the question, because I'm quite confused which really actually what you want to know about the situation. So go back to Pak Azhar.
Hasan, I think, yeah, you are right. All right. What you said is right. So in gender perspective, more female teachers, yeah, than male teachers. It is, I think it happens everywhere, and because there are more patients, maybe the female teachers. There is another question from Sanu. Sorry for if I pronounce the name not right. Sanu, for academicians teaching at higher learning, maybe what he means or she means is teaching at higher education. What are things that can we do in order to help this orang asli community, perhaps academically? Can you take the point of the question?
Okay. Got it.
Repeat it?
Yeah. So thank you very much. Thank you very much for the question. It was a very good question. The role of academician to help rural communities and orang asli to make sure that they can be better in many things. There are so many practices has been done in developed countries like New Zealand, Australia, even in Canada. The first thing, everyone must be acknowledged that orang asli or aboriginals or native are everywhere, all over the world. Not only in Malaysia, not only Indonesia, not only in New Zealand, they also populated in Canada, in the United States, even in remote area, United Kingdom also. There are so many indigenous people in the world. Okay, there are so many. Some countries manage to help them to get out or to live better than previously. So, for example, if you go to New Zealand, there are so many indigenous communities there had a very good education and work in various sectors. So there are so many of them there in New Zealand, in Australia as well. What they did was they developed a curriculum, a special curriculum for them. So I'm suggesting that a special curriculum is necessary for them, because when they finish school, some of them, they need to do their traditional work because of economic problems. So they need to make sure that they are able to do many traditional works. Without having skills to survive in jungle or survive in their community, they cannot be survive anymore. So the school curriculum for them must be very special. They must to have various skills. And at the same time, the curriculum also must have additional subjects that make them able to work in a modern sectors. So as an academicians, what we can do is that to produce a model to make sure that they can go out or they can come out from the traditional situation or hardship life. And in Malaysia, for instance, we have two type of universities. One research university, second is teaching-based universities. UKM is one of the research university. Where most of the academicians here carry out research more than teaching. So we are producing knowledge by doing our research. And in other universities, teaching universities, they are focusing on how engaging people in remote areas or actually everywhere by delivering their knowledge. So combination between research universities and teaching universities will make them, I think, much better. And then also by learning from others. Thank you very much. A limited time, I know.
All right, thank you, Pak Mahzan. You have another one question. This is the last question, I think, because the time is not enough. What is the dynamic strategy for facing COVID-19 pandemic for orang asli that has a lot of deficiency? So the questioner wrote it into version. One is in Bahasa, another is in English, but it seems to me I'm not very, I don't understand what
again, Pak.
So I read it in Bahasa, okay? From Zainal, strategi dan tindakan yang paling dinamik dalam keadaan pandemi COVID-19 untuk kelangsungan pendidikan orang asli yang serba kekurangan. Jadi maksudnya mungkin apa saja strategi dan tindakan yang paling dinamis ya dalam masa pandemi COVID-19 ini. Ya.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So education during crisis. I call it education during crisis. We are now facing crisis, but very abstract. We are facing an attack from a pandemic. Education in crisis, let's say in a war situation like in Palestine or in any conflict areas, the education needs to go on. So, but how? Now we are facing the problems, education in crisis. Do we have a model to face this kind of education, this kind of situation? So education during conflict, I don't see any specific model of education for crisis situations. Now we are facing a crisis, but we don't have a specific model, how to tackle, how to face this. So we need to go back to our history. During the World War I or Second World War, the most important elements to communicate with rural areas are via television or radio. These are two basic technologies used by the government to deliver many information. So when it comes to the current situation, when we don't have a specific model to face this crisis, so we need to learn from history. So make sure we utilize televisions and radio to communicate with other peoples, especially for those who live in rural areas. Make sure that the radio can be achievable, can be achieved by rural people. Do lots of teaching using television, free television, lots of programs there. Please deliver all the content knowledge via televisions and radio. Learn from history. How do we manage people to make sure that for independence, Indonesian independence? Let's say the campaign starts in Jakarta, but how to make sure that the Jakarta issues, the political agenda in Jakarta can be spread towards all the Indonesian population areas in Java, in Mindanao, and many things. So we need to go back to the history and learn how can we utilize the normal or the basic technologies, television and radio. And then now is the time to all academician educators to design a model of education for facing crisis. That's my suggestions and based on historical evaluation. Thank you very much.
Right. So there is no a specific mode available in facing this situation in teaching the students, especially for orang asli. That's the point maybe that I can get. I don't know. Do we have still time, Nada? Because there is another question. I think I think let this question be addressed because it is from Malaysia, I think from the language Rahmat Nur selalunya kerajaan atau NGO akan mengantar bantuan termasuklah pendidikan atau guru ke orang asli. Soalnya saya memungkinkan usaha kita membawa mereka keluar pula untuk mendapatkan pendidikan dan fasiliti yang lain. I hope you can take the point of the question.
Terima kasih. Thank you very much. Basically, there are two strategies to help orang asli. The one strategy, there are many things, but the most common practice, what we do and many countries do is that place and train. Number one, place and train, or train and place. That means we identify a suitable place for orang asli to be worked by our supervisions. We take them and then place it in one sector, in one industry. We place them first and then train them, educate them how to do that, how to make sure that they can be, they will be better than that. So take orang asli, move them from orang asli remote area, put into one place, into university, into industry, and we train them. Another one is we train them first when they are able to do jobs, and then we make sure that they transform or they move from their place to the organizations. So two ways. We need to do both ways. One, educate them after placing them in organization. And then the second one is train and educate them when they are able to do jobs, and then make sure that they are moving from their areas to go there. So two ways. So NGOs and the government do the same things. Either they bring support, either any kind of support to the community, or they take the community out from the community and then let them learn about new culture. So two ways are doing by NGOs, community, and many things. Not only in Malaysia, all over the world, they do quite the same thing. Train and place, train them and place, or place them and train. Educate them and place in organization, or place them in organization and give them education. Both ways are usually used by many orang asli development groups. That's my question. That's my answer. Thank you very much, Pak Zam.
Pak Mazlan. Perfect. Yeah. So that's all the questions on the answer from Pak Mazlan, right? The answer. I think time is finished for you, Pak Mazlan. Thank you very much.
Terima kasih,
And
Pak Andi.
a big applause again for Pak Mazlan.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Pak Andi, for sharing this.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, now next steps to the second keynote speaker. We have here Associate Professor Dr. Azhar, LLM, MSc, from the Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Universitas Sriwijaya. He is going to present his paper on, if I'm not mistaken, because the title is not with me, on the house waste management in perspective of legal, or in legal perspective. Pak Azhar, are you there?
Yes, thank you very much.
You have 20 minutes for presentation and 10 minutes for question and answer.
Thank you very much, Associate Professor Dr. Andi Al-Fatih, for the time you giving me. Distinguished keynote speaker, Associate Professor Dr. Mazlan Awang, Associate Professor Dr. Badri Najib, Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Najam Ul Kasib, presenters, participant, committee, especially Professor Dr. Al-Fitri, who invited me to participate in this international conference. Today, I would like to discuss about domestic waste management in Indonesia, especially in Palembang. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start our discussion on my presentation, I would like to ask let's pray for that. Thanks to God that we can meet here on this conference. In this occasion, based on I tried to explain and discuss about my previous research about domestic waste management in legal perspective, and also a little bit about awareness among students of higher education in Palembang City. Ladies and gentlemen, if we could talk about legal perspective, we focus on the law enforcement. We know that there's some definition about law enforcement. According to Black Law Dictionary, law enforcement, the act putting something like a law into effect, the execution of the law, whereas the law enforcement officer means those whose duty is to preserve the peace. And also there are some definition, but I'll try to move on with the definition of domestic waste. Domestic waste, we know that there are a lot of definition about domestic waste. Waste is leftover material that is not expected after its end of process. But according to the law number 18, 2008, about domestic waste is originating from daily activity in the household, excluding feces and rubbish specific. Garbage is a type of household waste originating from commercial area, industrial area, specific area, social facility, public facility. Ladies and gentlemen, we talk about waste management. There's some definition about waste management. Waste management from Nasi, he said that it's about transportation, regulation, recycling of disposal waste material. I like to offer you a little bit about the condition of the what we call waste. In this case, is municipal waste, domestic waste all over the world. Yeah, as we know that the global scale of urbanization, economic growth are creating a potential time bomb. It is kind of time bomb that sometimes we don't realize about the waste generated in the world city. If it is not we address now, the significant negative impact on human health and the environment will be felt by nation at all levels. You know that as the information from United Nations Habitat, it stated that globally 2 billion people do not have access to municipal waste collection services, and 3 billion people lack access to controlled waste disposal facilities. If not addressed, now it's become a problem. Dump site will produce 8 to 10% of the global anthropogenic greenhouse gas emission by 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the on the global, but what about in Indonesia? In Indonesia, we see that the current estimates show that about 80,000 tons of waste is generated daily in Indonesia, with expected increase to 150,000 tons produced daily by 2025, which is a 76% increase in the next 10 years alone. Approximately 40% of solid waste is generated by household. So we can see that the household waste is part of them, which is pretty much, that is 40%. Annual increase of 6,000 tons of waste produced due to urban population growth and associated increases in waste generation rates. This is the situation of national solid waste in Indonesia. We see that organic waste consists of 6%, and the other one is plastic, paper, steel, rubber, fabric material, glasses, and other 2.5%. We see the composition of the solid waste composition: food waste, gardening, paper, plastic, steel, scrap, fabric material, rubber waste, glasses, waste, and others. There are a lot of household, about 30 or 6% part of them. Ladies and gentlemen, we know that solid waste in Indonesia consists of consists of compostable organic 57%, plastic 16%, paper 10%, metal 4%, and rubber 2%, and textile about 3%. This is the national target of solid waste management. President Decree number 97, 2017, indicator that the estimation solid waste is increasing from time to time. And solid waste reduction also increase. Yeah, in 2025 there will be what we call 30% of waste reduction, 70% of waste handle. In year 2025 there is no liters of solid waste in the river, beach, ocean, oven, a dumping system, and open burning, inshallah. Yeah, and we see that 30% waste reduction in 2025 and 70% waste handling by 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, on this regulation policy is stated that decreased waste generation per capita, decreased waste generation at source, this decreased waste to landfill, and decreased waste to environment, increased waste to recycle and recover, and decreased waste to landfill, decreased waste to environment. This is the situation. There is what we call the implementation of 3R in Indonesia, from solid waste management to waste bank. About 5,244 waste bank in Indonesia are scattered all over the Indonesia, from Aceh to Papua. Ladies and gentlemen, let's see, the objective of this study to identify law enforcement of domestic waste management and awareness among students of higher education in Palembang, and understand their view on domestic waste. Recent method in this study about quantitative and qualitative approach, and then the 7-item access aspect understanding on law enforcement of waste management. About 475 respondents, 5 university, and we did using the SPSS, statistical package for the social science software. And this is the result. Palembang is the city with high amount of domestic waste. Ladies and gentlemen, you can see that the amount of waste in Sukawinatan, final disposal waste, this is now, this is the existing, what we call final disposal waste in Palembang. Another finding, it shows that about 0.7 kilogram waste per day per person. It means that per person produce almost 1 kilogram waste. If we see that the total population in Palembang about 1.7 million, it means that if we calculate about 1,200 tons of domestic waste in a day. But on the other hand, we found out that only 3 excavator and 60 staff members to process and regulate the condition of the final disposal waste, such as domestic waste. And also, the findings show the number of capacity of temporary waste station in Palembang city are not sufficient to accommodate domestic waste production that can reach about 1,200 tons per day. You know, this is the condition of Sukawinatan final disposal waste, which has an area of 225 hectares now, only set aside 3 hectares to accommodate waste production, with a file of garbage or waste reaching about 15 meters. A major problem, we found out that in processing waste in Palembang city, there is a rejection by the community. Temporary waste station that often experiences a problem, rejection by the community because of the location of the temporary waste station that is close to the residence of citizen and is not well managed. And the mindset, the other problem is the mindset of the community. People ignore to be fostered and invited to more together to empower waste through bank rubbish. The other major problem is the number of fleet owned. About 102 fleets has not reached an ideal as many of 160 fleet to accommodate the amount of waste production per day. lack of requirement street sweeper in Palembang, number 580 with a radius of 500 meters spread across the entire 1 million meter road section that must be swept by officer. However, this condition results in lack of required street sweeper 2,144 officer with a radius of 500 meters. And we find out also in most garbage production, Palembang is more than 20% occur from Seberang Hulu. Palembang divided by Musiriper, one is Seberang Hilir, one is Seberang Hulu. Seberang Hulu both from traditional market, shop, and home. Yeah? This happened because Seberang Hulu did not have adequate temporary waste disposal. Ladies and gentlemen, we will see from the data, we find out that one of the causes is the temporary waste disposal, which are spread unevenly, less in number, and the temporary waste disposal damage was done by local resident. From this, what we call the finding, discretion of board, it can conclude that the higher percentage is agree responding the importance of throwing trash in its place. And also respondent awareness about did the respondent ever throw up by the reaper. Based on the description above, it can be concluded as many 76.1% have even thrown garbage in the river. The high percentage is an agreed response throwing garbage in the river. This is one of the contributors to the risk of polluted river in Palembang. Another 5 minutes, okay. And also there is another one is in implementing the what we call the regulation. We call it civil service police unit. There's a lack of number of the civil service police unit. Only 576 compared to 1 million population. And also the task is very various and enforce regulation, conduct supervision, and monitor the enforcement of West law. And this is the 24-hour patrol, and also this government approach and program focusing promotion of cooperation and also program repair normalization. And also there are some problem in what we call civil service unit, police unit, is the number is not enough, 1 to 3,400 people, and also ensure the implementation in the community. Many local regulations need to be guarded, and the Satpol PP, we call it, found garbage thrown away any place without knowing who preparator of the garbage, and lack of places proper garbage disposal also problem. Distribution garbage many in city Palembang, making temporary landfills. And the two main actions for the what we call civil servant police unit: persuasive action and conduct supervision through a judicial hearing. Ladies and gentlemen, the problem of waste in the city of Palembang cannot be centralized only in government institution. Coordination between related agencies need to be overcome the problem. And also we see that conclusion, waste management law enforcement is in Palembang CC involved 2 agencies, Department of Environment and Cleanliness Palembang, and also Satpol PP or Civil Servant Police Unit, imposing the law on waste management in the city of Palembang, and also the Civil Servant Police Unit impose the local regulation on waste management, persuasive action, and conduct supervision. And finally, from the field finding that the enforcement of waste management carried out by Satpol PP Palembang City or Civil Service Police Palembang City has not maximized. I think that's all, Mr. Andy, for my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Azhar. I'm very sorry. It seems to me you presented your paper in rush, or buru-buru, in very rush. or it is in high spirit. I don't know. Okay.
Yeah, because of the time, you said 5 minutes, so I have to rush.
Listen, now you are released. Okay, so far you have one question from Budi, but I would like to make my comment. Yeah, during the COVID-19 pandemic, it seems to me more people stay at home. Therefore, they have more time to do many things, including cooking. So this is the main cause why the waste getting more and more. All right, now I would like to pass you a question asked by Budi. What is the best strategy for Indonesia to enforcing their law in environment problems? What is the best strategy for Indonesia to enforcing their law in environment problems?
Okay, thank you, Associate Professor Dr. Andi. This is very interesting question. Thank you very much for the question. Well, the strategy to enforcing the what we call regulation, there are two ways. There's preventive and curative. Okay, preventive, before we enforce the law, we have to socialize first to the society and give example, okay, to the society, and try to motivate the society and to obey the law by giving as a model to obey the regulation, especially about how to manage the waste from home, from office, and others. And the second one is punishment. Punishment is really needed. This is the last effort in order to make people obey. The domestic waste management. Do not do the punishment first, but we have to do the preventive one. Okay. In order to educate people from junior high school, senior high school, university, and also community as a whole. Then some people, when we found out on the what we call in the community, they don't know about the existence of the regulation yet, because the socialization is not there yet. This is a big problem. So in order to socialize that, we have to do that from university, government officer, and education, what we call institution, have to motivate, educate, and socialize, and what we call to introduce the regulation to the society. I think there's two kinds of strategy should be carried out.
All right, so reward and punishment, it seems to me. Budi, that's the answer. So in Jakarta, Pak Azhar, there is a doctor open practice for giving medication service, but in return, the patient paying the service by submitting certain amount of garbage. I think it is a good idea. The next question is from Zami. How about the other developing countries facing the same problems based on your literature review? How about the other developing countries facing the same problems based on your literature review?
I think if we talk about developing countries, morely from South Africa in Southeast Asia, facing the same thing. But I think the question is comparison between the developing countries and developed countries, I think. If we compare, from the developed country and developing countries, so totally different, If we see what happened concerning about waste, domestic waste management in Indonesia, especially in Palembang, is still in infant stage. We try to introduce things: recycle, reuse, reduce. The 3R. But if we compare to other countries in developed countries like in Japan, where I studied over there, they are already 6R. Rethink, and others. There are a lot of things that do. Repair, rethink, reuse, reuse, recycle. Of course, we cannot change the society in one night, in in one day. So it takes time. Based on my study, when I was studying in Japan, it takes 10 years to change mindset of people from one garbage bin to 2 garbage bin in 10 years. Now they have already 5 garbage bins, every house, every apartment, office, and others buildings, you know. So it takes about 50 years. So when I discuss this with the Japanese, what we call expert about the waste management, they said, I try to argue why we can in Indonesia, because we developing country, and we are very motivated people. We can change from 1 to 5 garbage bins. But they said, Azhar, come on, give me a break. You know, it takes time. Yeah, one step at a time. We cannot do that indirectly, but we hope, yeah, by introduce this thing from the institution, yeah, education institution, educate student from the early education, yeah. We can, I think we can do that. As you told me, doctor in Jakarta, they exchange, yeah, from if they want to go to school, they don't have, they want to, what we call, to go to the doctor, they don't have to pay, but they have to bring garbage, something like to exchange the garbage with the services. This is a good idea, yeah. But I think in Indonesia, we have other thing, you know, people, you know, a lot of people, you know, people who don't have a permanent job, collecting plastic cup, bottle, and this thing, we have empower them to do that for recycle. This is a matter of our, what we call will, yeah? Educator, government officer, all of us should do that. Yeah? If we won't do that, we can do that. I think that's all.
All right, takes 50 years. That's too long, Dr. Azhar. All right.
That's the fact.
All right.
I learned.
You have another question from Andreas. I don't know whether it is Andreas orang lain or orang asli, yeah, or Andreas, the lecturer of our faculty, Dr. Andreas. So the question is, to build public awareness, yeah, in disposing waste regulation, yeah, what kind of public policy strategy, yeah, should be applied? So it is something relating to applying public policy, yeah, in order to build public awareness in disposing waste regulation. Because now, you know, Palembang city has been an international city.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. It's very tough and difficult question, I think, yeah. It's concerning public policy. Actually, we have already the regulation there, but the problem, yeah, the enforcement. Yeah, we see from the field that people seldom to see that what we call civil servant police unit enforce the regulation. Only half of them see it because of the a lot of things, yeah, happen, yeah, because of the total number, because surveillance is not there. That's why it's very difficult, and also the awareness of society. If we talk about the awareness of society, so we have to do from the what we call the basic one. As I told you before, from the education, early education, we have education, yeah, kids, students, yeah, to realize, yeah. You know, when I was in Japan, yeah, this is very, I know, very interesting, yeah, how they educate what we call the kindergarten student, yeah. Before they entering the room, they have to put off their shoes, yeah. And also when they entering the room, they have, when they play, taking the play toys thing, they can do that. But after that, they have to clean it, yeah, to put in order, yeah, the toys. This, and also, you know, concerning about the waste, they educate them how, you know, dangerous the waste toward the human being environment. Yeah, and also, for instance, the teacher, you know, a kindergarten teacher educates student, you know, for responsibility. like to have a plan, what we call tumbuh-tumbuhan, menanam tumbuh-tumbuhan, every day they have to pour it. Though it means they create responsibility. The same thing with the waste management. So we have to put, concerning about the policy, we have to put what we call this kind of material into the what we call the curriculum from the kindergarten to university, in order to create, to motivate the student to have what we call awareness in what we call domestic waste management. I think that's all, Associate Professor Dr. Andy. Thank you.
Yeah, the policy is by enforcing law, through people police, what we call Pol PP in Palembang. There is one last question,
Okay.
One question from Sari Mutiara. Please stop the question. The question is there any settled tactical solution to raise the awareness of the community in Palembang about waste? Is there any settled tactical solution to raise the awareness of the community in Palembang about waste? Since some local government policy was temporarily implemented, like the prohibition of using the plastic in mini market, what is it, Sandi, gotong royong, or to clean the river? Yeah, please.
Thank you very much. About the tactical, this is very interesting. We have to do that. We have to what we call copy some what we call strategy done by other country, especially developed country. They try to put regulation ban for plastic bag at the what we call supermarket, convenience store. But here in Palembang still, we can have plastic bag. But we have to pay 200 for one plastic bag. But this is what we call this policy is what we call in Indonesia setengah hati. It's kind of they want to do that, but on the other side, because of the business, it's kind of business things. Sometimes the policy cannot work because of the business. It's kind of, but in developed country they are very strict. No plastic bag at supermarket, convenience store. That's all. You have to bring by your own. Otherwise, you have to use your hand by yourself. This is very interesting. And also gotong royong. This is very interesting. Our what we call mayor in Palembang already done in the last 5 years. But based on the research by our student, doctoral student, but this is only for the civil servant, not the community, because no what we call local regulation, no PERDA. This is only a mayor regulation. It's not strong enough because no punishment over there, but it is internal punishment by civil servant, what we call if they don't participate, they will have what we call punishment from the mayor, but not for the society. This is kind of, what we call, it seems serious, but not serious thing, in what we call setengah hati in Indonesia, is a kind of a full punishment to the society. This is very interesting, but in the future, maybe it is just a way, it is just a tryout, but probably in the future, there will be a strict regulation about that. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Azhar. So that's all questioners, the answers for your questions. I think the time for Pak Azhar is over. Let's give a very big applause for Dr. Azhar. All right, ladies and gentlemen and other participants, we now are going to have Associate Professor Dr. Badri Najib Zubir, from from Academy of Graduate and Professional Studies, International Islamic University, Malaysia. He is going to talk about, it seems to me it is also very interesting, you know, teaching Arabic language. Yeah. The title is COVID-19 and Online Learning, Opportunities and Challenges for the Teaching of Arabic. Pak Badri, ahlan wa sahlan. Please, yeah, you present your paper in 20 minutes. Now time is yours. Prof Badri, yeah, okay. Now we can see you. Okay, you do, Prof.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. Oi, very Arabic accent.
Should I start now? All right.
The time was yours.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Let me share my screen now. Sorry. So the title of my speech is COVID-19 and Online Learning, Opportunities and Challenges for the Teaching of Arabic. In Malaysia, the COVID-19 pandemic has led to a host of restrictions on various activities imposed by the Malaysian government since March 2020. And then after a brief period of opening for schools and institutes of higher education in July, August and September, the government reimposed the closure since 12 October 2020, and this has continued until today. So coming back to that, the first lockdown in March and April 2020, after an initial period of shock about the lockdown, or over here in Malaysia we call the movement control order. So various institutions started to make adjustments to keep the learning activities going by conducting online teaching. So the objective of this presentation is to consider the opportunities and the challenges in connection to the teaching of Arabic on the back of the COVID-19 pandemic, which has resulted in the conventional face-to-face physical teaching being put on hold. Now, because the title is about opportunities and challenges, I will start with the opportunities. So the big thing about this pandemic and the ensuing lockdown is that it has dragged many instructors of Arabic from the comfort of conventional teaching to learning more intently about how to conduct teaching online. So it is not by choice, but in fact, because there is no choice. There is no other choice. So there is a general feeling that the instructors of Arabic language, like the instructors in Islamic studies as well, they tend to be more traditional in their approaches. With the situation involving the pandemic, there is nothing more that can be done. The learning has to continue. So the lecturers, including the older ones, will have had to adjust and learn to maneuver the various techniques and various tools available for internet, for online teaching. So from a positive angle, as I mentioned here, there is actually a big opportunity to get the instructors to accept online teaching for the long run. That is not as a stop-start measure, but as an additional skill that needs to be mastered even when the conventional face-to-face teaching returns. So if we can seize this opportunity, which means that, for example, after, let's say if the vaccine works and life begins to go back to the normal ways of having activities, face-to-face meeting, physical meetings, and physical classroom and all this thing. If this opportunity is let off, meaning that we do not encourage anymore the online, the development of online teaching skills among the instructors and the lecturers, I think we will have missed the golden opportunity. So to me, because the instructors have had to learn all the skills, even though some of them still rudimentary or elementary, but that skill has to be developed when the normal ways of living returns, the normality returns, because otherwise it's, the opportunity or the initiative is going to be gone like that, and we are back to square one. And I'm going to talk about Arabic language teaching here in the sense of Arabic language taught in countries in which Arabic is not the native tongue. So we are talking about Malaysia, Indonesia, Pakistan, India, and other Muslim countries or Muslim minority countries. So now at the higher education level, we know that the teaching of Arabic is not widespread. It tends to be clustered around a few institutions only within the whole country. So for example, in Malaysia, we don't have a higher education provider for Arabic language degree programs in each of the states, but only a few states in Malaysia. For example, let's say in Sabah and Sarawak, nearest to Indonesia, there is no university offering degree programs in Arabic. So, but if you look at the other side of what the university is involved, one of the components of education that the university is involved is actually lifelong learning. And with regard to opportunity, I can, present to you, for example, with regard to the teaching of Arabic as a lifelong learning activity. Now, with the pandemic situation, people can learn online. So many are willing, many more are willing to come on board to learn Arabic instead of, because they have the opportunity to join the teaching online, the courses online, because previously, not many are willing to commit to coming to campuses to learn the language because of various factors like the work commitment or the hassle of commuting to campus. So now, with the institutions opening up the online teaching of Arabic as a lifelong learning course, and this is delivered online, so there are more people coming from geographically disparate locations to enroll in Arabic learning modules. So this one is one experience that I can share recently in IUM. We have been doing this public courses, lifelong learning courses in Arabic for many, many years. And, you know, in the last 4 years, for example, the data from the last 4 years, the highest point would be something like 25 students in a class. So the number is small. But recently we launched this one, Arabic course, Arabic through the Quran. And Alhamdulillah, we got, you know, 75 participants who are committed to this, who registered to this course. And this course is going to run for 2 years with 4 modules. Of course, we're not sure how many will turn up for the second module, but you know, and when we look at the demography, those who join come from all over Malaysia. So this is this encourages us to open up this course for international audience. So that is what we are planning for next year. And we are going to offer it in English. I mean, the teaching language will be English, but the learners will learn Arabic, and the course will be Arabic through the Quran. Right. So what I can sum up with regard to opportunity, 2 big things. One is the fact that the instructors, the conventional instructors, have had to learn the skills to do things online, and we should not let go of this opportunity to develop them so that they can incorporate some of these skills later when conventional classrooms will restart. The other thing is the reach. When we have online classes, especially for lifelong learning, the reach is wide. So it means that we can take this opportunity to get more people to, in the case of Arabic, to learn Arabic, for example. And this can be open for the international audience. Now, with regard to the challenges, for academic programs, the number one issue is, of course, the teaching effectiveness. In other words, you can use another word, which is quality. It's a major issue because the switch here is like, you know, a sudden switch to the cyberspace. The normal class enrollment. So, I mean, the university, for example, when they plan for a semester, they will have, you know, for example, they open up 20 courses, and for the 20 courses, for example, they have sections, group of students within one subject, and in one subject, normally let's say in our university, we have 30 to 40 students. Now, when you have 30 to 40 students, it is a good number already, because this is not like the lecture system where you can have maybe 200 or 160, 150. Even with that, when you convert it to the cyberspace classroom, in which the lecturer has to engage with the students through online means, this is a different experience altogether. And the biggest drawback with regard to the language teaching is that the direct interaction between the instructor and the students is tremendously reduced, because you know, when you are talking, it is very, very clear that you have to ask everybody to mute. Otherwise, it's not going to work. If you have live session, when you talk, everybody else has to mute. Maybe you can have only one or two on unmute situation. But when you have that situation, what you have is one-way street, one direction communication. So as if the instructor is going to talk to the computer rather than to the students. And to have interaction, of course, you can stop, after, talking about 50 minutes and you allow some kind of interaction, but we know for sure that it's not the same as, when you have in the class, when you can have a lot more interaction, because if there is an interaction, it's just between one students asking one question and the lecturer responding to that, and others will, but in the physical classroom, there is the opportunity to get the students to speak more, because we have that opportunity to give feedback about the language ability of the student, which is an important component in language teaching and language learning. So that's why I said conversational interaction between the instructor and the student is key, because speaking is a skill that language instructors need to develop in the learners. So this is difficult to happen in online synchronous sessions, and obviously it does not happen at all in asynchronous sessions. So now, how do we mitigate this situation? Actually, if you want to make it interactive, you try to create that interactiveness in the online space. It can work if you have a very small number of students. Like, for example, if you have 5, that can work. The number of conversational interaction can increase. But if normally you arrange the classes or the group of students in 30, it means that you are going to increase the number of classes. If, let's say, if 30, instead of only 1 class, you are going to have 6 classes if you want to ensure that that conversational interaction is at close to the optimum level. But can we do that? The answer is this has a huge implication on cost and also the availability of human resource. So even if we have money, enough money to do this, how do we get 6 instructors rather than 1 instructor to take care of the 30 students? So
Badri,
yeah,
excuse me, you still have 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, okay, no problem.
All right.
So another major challenge is actually the pedagogical approach, because many instructors do not have the preparedness for new approaches that are more conducive to remote or distant learning. So many instructors would want to maintain the conventional class practices in the classes run on cyberspace, which will increase undoubtedly the tendencies that I call, I talk, you listen. But for language classes, it cannot be like this. It doesn't work in terms of effectiveness. So it is well established in the literature that this kind of approach is not conducive for, is not going to be effective for language learning. So it is a big challenge how to resolve this issue. And if, as I mentioned just now, if we have small class, we can increase the conversational interaction quality more towards the optimum level. But the issue of human resource and huge financial costs involved. On the other hand, if we continue like, having traditional class practices online, more and more students will just go away, because it won't be sustainable in the long run. People will not feel that it is a practice that they can sustain. You just imagine if you have to put this, on hours every day, the earphone and things like that. So what should be done? So I have 2 things. I'm going to cut short the points. So number 1 is reskilling. So coming back to the point that I mentioned about the opportunity, the instructors have been so-called forced to learn the new skill. So we have to seize this opportunity so that they can be reskilled. And we need to have proper strategies and plans to handle this. And Hempel and Stickler has produced this hierarchy. So if you look at this hierarchy, to me, it is a convincing hierarchy, but it means a lot of work needed to be done. Maybe most of the lecturers are up to these first two levels only. Maybe they have the basic ICT competence. They know how to use Word and PowerPoint and things like that. And now they have upgraded themselves a bit because they have specific technical competence for the use of software like Google Meet or Zoom and whatever. But how do they deal with the constraint and the possibilities? How do they do the online socialization so that the students feel that they are still connected? And how to facilitate the community competence, like I mentioned, the conversational interaction, and how to increase the creativity of producing the online material that can engage the learners. So a lot more has to be done, and that's why we need proper strategies and also proper plans in terms of human resource. And this is a big challenge for the higher institution, and of course the governments, because government supply give money to public institutions. And point number two, we need to rethink of the whole curriculum arrangements so that we can cope better with the mix of when conventional teaching returns. There must be a mix, and because of that we have to have a rethink of the whole curriculum arrangement. So otherwise, when we are hit with a similar situation, we are going to suffer all the same once again. So now, what are the key considerations? So as one thing is about when you learn a foreign language, the first and foremost, how to enrich vocabulary. Because if the emphasis is on grammar, without strong emphasis on vocabulary is not going to work, because grammar is only a system, how you arrange things. If you don't have anything to arrange, you can have a concept of how to arrange things, but there are no things to arrange, it's not going to work. So that's why it is very important to enrich the vocabulary content. So there must be a greater emphasis on vocabulary enrichment. I'm going to go very quickly. There must be a consensus among teachers delivering curriculum about specific objectives to be arrived at. So you cannot have, one group wanting to do all the 4 skills and another group thinking that maybe 2 skills is enough. Cannot. It has to be agreed by all. And grammar explanation, as when we are teaching the non-native speakers, we cannot rely on the way grammar is written in Arabic for the Arabs, because our mindsets are different. So we have to do arrangement. We have to be brave and do different arrangement and produce the materials, especially online material, that reflect those courage in producing the materials in the new arrangement, including the grammar. And also the clarity about the function and vocabulary and grammar. I mentioned about, do people realize that grammar is a system of arrangement? So if you want to arrange, you need to have things in front of you, then only you can arrange. So if you are strong on grammar, which is how to arrange things, but you don't feed the student with the vocabulary, it's not going to work. And one of the things that we should emphasize is actually to start from the familiar to the unfamiliar. That's why I give this example to end my presentation. If we give to the student, fil Islam nashhadu an la ilaha illallah wa anna Muhammadan Rasulullah, at least they know, oh, la ilaha illallah, and they know Muhammadan Rasulullah. So it's not too foreign for them, and they know the word Islam. Maybe one or two words they do not know. Wa nuqimu salah khamsa marrat fi kulli yawm. So kulli yawm maybe they don't know, or marrat maybe they don't know, but they know as-salah. Al-Fajr wal-Suhr wal-Asr wal-Maghrib wal-Isha. All these they know. So Arabic is not so foreign for them. So that kind of approach will engage, in my opinion, the learners. Wallahu alam, and thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yeah. Sukron, Pak Badri. Yeah. I don't know how to say it, your name, Badri or Badri?
Badri.
Sorry, just for joke. So, learning Arabic means automatically learning Al-Quran, whether it is right or wrong, I don't know. So maybe most of your students are Muslim, Pak Badri.
Yeah, in our situation, most of the students are Muslims, but in International Islamic University Malaysia, there are non-Muslims going into the graduate bachelor programs, and they have to settle 2 levels of Arabic.
All right, thank you.
So one example, we have one Japanese learning Arabic from scratch, you know.
Okay. I hope he converts.
Yeah, she passed 1 level already. She's
Okay.
going to the 2nd level, alhamdulillah.
Then I hope he converts because now he knows Al-Quran. All right, so positive about COVID-19 pandemic costs a lot for effective teaching. So we have to reskill, rethink curriculum again, and then put more tools for more classes for less students. All right, you have already 2 questioners. One is from Yustian Yusa. This person is one who said prayer for us at the beginning of our program. Pak Yusa, I hope you can deliver your question in Arabic instead of English. Pak Yustian. Oh, enggak bisa enggak ada? Bisa.
Saya bisa bacanya dalam dekat ruang chat ini. We need an Arabic for special purpose like an ESP. How do we conduct this team for higher education? It is possible because, for example, in IUM, we have 2 approaches to Arabic. One is Arabic for Islamic studies, and this is the department to which I belong. The other one is Arabic for international communication. So Arabic for international communication is basically Arabic for special purposes. So it is possible. As a short answer, it's possible. But again, when you have the online situation, if we want to move forward in a more effective way, we have to rearrange also. We have to redo the curriculum arrangement to make it more effective within the hybrid situation. If not, if it is total online, it is even more rearrangement that we need to do.
Okay, that's all, Pak Badri. Your answer?
Yes.
Yustian
Okay. Syukran.
So it is
Syukran Ustadz Badri.
to study
Okay.
English. Okay, you want to?
يمكن أن أسأل في اللغة العربية أستاذ بدري.
تفضل.
اوكي. يعني يمكن يعني grammatical Arabic in Arabic is the biggest challenge and is the أكبر مشكلة في التعلم وفي تعليم اللغة العربية. كيف هذا النحو والصرف it's difficult when we study and we learn and we teach the Arabic grammar. And and one more question. I think when you speak when
It's I can't hear you for the second one. What happened to the
Kenapa anu?
terputus ya?
I see. Trouble with the connection, Pak Yusa.
Connection.
Yeah, trouble with the connection, yeah.
Saya jawab yang pertama dulu kot.
Maybe he lives in a remote area, Pak Yusan.
Saya jawab yang pertama dulu lah.
Halal, silakan Pak.
Okey. Cakap bahasa Melayu ke pula ni? Cakap Melayu sikit lah.
Whatever. I like to listen, to listen to your Melayu accent. Silakan Pak.
Okey, saya rasa kalau tak silap saya, soalan dia adalah kesukaran untuk belajar nahu dan saraf dalam bahasa Arab. Macam mana?
Naam.
Okey. Okey.
Ya.
Abda bisual al-awwal. Kesukaran untuk belajar nahu dan saraf.
Muskilah.
Kesukaran.
Muskilah.
Okey. Nombor 1, tadi saya dah sebut tadi, maknanya cuba kita fikirkan macam ni. Kalau katalah pelajar Arab, dia masuk ke kelas, pelajar Arab ni di negara Arab, dia masuk ke kelas, cikgu bagi tahu, sekarang ni guru bagi tahu kata ada kalimat fil lughatil arabiyyah minha ismun wa minha fi'lun wa minha harfun. Lepas tu dia kata contohnya ismun tu macam qalam wa mabna wa madrasah. Fi'lun macam zahaba wa qara'a wa nasha. Macam mana pelajar tu nak boleh faham ke tak? Memang boleh faham lah sebab kalimat tu dah ada dalam vocabulary dia, dalam minda dia. Tapi kalau kita gunakan approach tu kepada orang Melayu, masuk kelas pertama, kita kata isim ni, kata nama adalah perkataan seperti qalam. Dia kata qalam tu apa benda Ustaz? Jadi benda yang kita kata yang make sense untuk disampaikan oleh orang Arab kepada orang Arab, tak semestinya make sense untuk disampaikan oleh orang Melayu kepada orang Melayu yang nak belajar bahasa Arab. Ataupun orang Inggeris yang nak belajar bahasa Inggeris. Jadi sebab itu saya saya berhujah tadi, kita mesti ada keberanian untuk rearrange grammar tu yang bersesuaian dengan keperluan kita. Kalau katalah di Nusantara ni, keperluan kita di Nusantara. Macam mana? Jadi kalau kita, sebab dia dalam bahasa Arab ni, dia ada satu, kita kata macam turas ni satu benda yang sangat macam dihormati. Jadi bila turas ni satu benda yang dihormati, jadi menyebabkan bila kita nak buat berlainan daripada turas tu, daripada heritage tu, dia menyebabkan kadang-kadang ada mungkin ada tuduhan, mungkin ada syak wasangka nak bagi rosakkan bahasa Arab dan sebagainya. Tapi kalau kita tak keluar daripada kerangka turas tu dan tak ada keberanian untuk nak rearrange balik, olahkan balik macam mana kita nak menyampaikan grammar, sampai bila-bila kita akan pelajar yang bukan Arab ni akan menghadapi kesukaran itu. Jadi mesti ada keberanian. Contohnya kita kata vocabulary. Jadi maknanya vocabulary kita kena mantapkan dulu. Contohnya kalau kita nak bagi vocabulary itu lebih mantap, cara dia macam mana? Selalunya manusia ni dia lebih mudah untuk dia nak ingat apabila dia ada jumlah, dia ada sentence. Contohnya kalau kita nak ingat satu persatu, kata fa'rah, lepas tu nazarah, lepas tu hatif. Sebenarnya tak semudah itu untuk kita nak ingat. Sebab apa? Manusia lebih mudah ingat sentences. Sebab tu kalau kita ada di negara Arab contohnya, kita akan belajar macam mana nak buat sentences terus. Jadi maknanya approach tu kalau kita nak bagi menghafal macam a'dha' al-jasad ni, okey, yang ni nama ain, yang ni nama ni, yang ni khad, yang ni anf, yang ni sya'r, yang memang dia akan ada kesukaran tu nak simpan dalam minda kita tu. Tapi kalau kita ajar cara sentences daripada awal, tak bolehlah kita ajar sentences yang susah. Sentences
Bila jumlah.
Jumlah dulu. Jadi yang
Jumlah.
mudah. Macam ismi Ahmad. Mas muka. Jadi bila macam tu, dia ingat dalam bentuk yang ni dah. Jadi daripada situ, bila dah vocabulary dia dah banyak, kita nak ajar grammar lebih mudah.
Alright. So the key is vocabulary and idiomatic expression. That's what I wrote on the screen. Pak Yus, I hope it is easier for you to understand it.
Yes.
Yeah. Another. Ya, syukran.
Syukran ala ihtimamik, syukran Ustaz Badri, syukran Prof Andi. Assalamualaikum.
Salam. Now from Zain, how can we encourage the students for learning an Arabic? As we know that an Arabic is most difficult language to learn.
Okay.
Saja.
Okay, kalau itu soalannya, kita kata sekarang ni, nombor satu kita kena, bila kita letakkan tag tu, most difficult language to learn. Nombor satu kita kena, minda kita tu kena clear kan, macam mana kita tahu benda tu most difficult. Kita hanya boleh tahu most difficult kalau kita dah study semua language, kita dah study bahasa Poland, kita dah study bahasa Jerman, kita dah study bahasa Perancis. Lepas tu, kita tengok dalam aku study semua-semua ni, bahasa Arab ni paling susah. Yang itu boleh, tapi kita baru nak belajar bahasa Arab, lepas tu kita dah kata dah most difficult. Itu kita kena bersihkan minda kita tu, sebab kita tak tahu lagi mana satu bahasa yang more difficult. Saya bagi contoh sekarang ni, saya belajar bahasa Jerman. Saya juga belajar bahasa Arab. Okey, bahasa Jerman, dia ada gender. Macam bahasa Arab ada gender, iaitu kalau bahasa Arab muzakkar dengan muannas, masculine dengan feminine. Bahasa Jerman dia ada 3 gender. Masculine, feminine, neutral. Okey, kalau bahasa Arab saya senang je nak tahu yang mana satu feminine, yang mana satu yang masculine. Secara mudahnya, secara umumnya, kalau saya nampak ada sanggul kat belakang perkataan tu, iaitu apa dia? Ta marbutah.
Ta marbutah.
Ada sanggul kita kira feminine. Jadi boleh nampak. Tapi kalau bahasa Jerman, tak boleh nampak, kena ingat je. Yang ini mungkin feminine. Yang ini pula mungkin masculine. Yang ini pula mungkin neutral. Jadi benda tu kena ingat satu persatu. Jadi maknanya kalau dekat situ saja pun, bahasa Jerman bagi saya lebih susah sebab saya nak tahu mana dia gender ni, saya kena ingat satu persatu. Dia tak ada kaedah. Okey, jadi makna kalau kita clearkan daripada fikiran kita, kita jangan fikir kata bahasa Arab tu the most difficult. Kalau kita kata difficult, boleh tahan lagi. Jangan kita kata the most difficult sebab kita tak bandingkan lagi dengan bahasa-bahasa yang lain. Tapi kalau kita kata bahasa Arab lebih susah berbanding dengan bahasa Inggeris sebab kita dah belajar bahasa Inggeris, itu okey. Itu sebab persepsi kita sendirilah. Baik. Macam mana kita nak encouragekan pelajar untuk belajar bahasa Arab? Sebab tu tadi dekat bahagian hujung tadi saya kata kita kena, kalau untuk yang bukan penutur bahasa Arab ni, kita kena ada banyak icebreaker. Jadi kalau macam kita kelas pertama, kita bagi perkataan-perkataan yang asing bagi dia. Kalau kita kata level pertama tu kita banyak bagi perkataan yang asing bagi dia. Contohnya macam kita kata perkataan yang awal-awal lagi kita dah cakap tentang hadiqah, taman, ataupun kita kata bustan, taman juga, ataupun kita kata syari', jalan raya. Tapi kalau kita kata fil Islam nashhadu an la ilaha illallah wa nashhadu anna Muhammadan Rasulullah. Bukankah itu lebih mudah difahami oleh pelajar? Untuk kalau katalah kali pertama dia masuk kelas, dia dengar itu dulu. Fil Islam, dia pun dah tahu lah, oh Islam ni, cerita pasal Islam. Cuma dia nak tahu lah fi tu mana. Kita cerita lah sikit, okey fi ni maksudnya dalam. Fil Islam, dalam Islam. Lepas tu la ilaha illallah dia dah tahu dah, la ilaha illallah. Muhammadun Rasulullah pun dia dah tahu dah. Tapi kita boleh cerita lah. Jadi, tapi maknanya perkataan tu, kita boleh ambil peluang daripada perkataan yang banyak sama dari segi istilah-istilah Islam contohnya yang ada di kalau kata dalam konteks bahasa Melayu, sebenarnya dalam mana-mana bahasa Muslim dia ada banyak persamaan dengan bahasa Arab. Kalau kita gunakan yang itu dulu, bagi saya student dia mungkin akan rasa oh bukanlah satu yang asing sangat bahasa Arab aku ni, bahasa Arab ni. Jadi dengan cara tu kita boleh attract. Okey, satu cara lagi apa dia untuk nak kita interact, nak bagi atraktif, bahasa Arab ni atraktif pada orang yang nak belajar. Kita kena hasilkan guru-guru yang hebat. Kalau kita ada guru yang hebat, itu yang menyebabkan orang boleh nak terpesona untuk nak belajar. Tapi kalau katalah kita yang datang masuk dah belajar bahasa Arab ni semua guru boring belaka. Menjemukan belaka. Macam mana nak timbul motivasi di kalangan pelajar untuk nak belajar bahasa Arab? Jadi itu challenge.
Yang pertama pendekatan keagamaan, ya. Yang kedua guru yang hebat. Is that right, Pak Badri?
Ya, betul.
Ya.
Saya itu pandangan saya.
Okay, that's all our discussion for Pak Badri, because our time is very tight and we have another one keynote speaker. Pak Badri, once more time, shukron very much for your participation. Let's give a big applause for Pak Badri.
Thank you.
All right, audience, now we have the last, but not least, keynote speaker, Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Najam Ul Kashif, from the Islamia University of Bahawalpur, Pakistan. He is going to talk about COVID-19 and hybrid academia need assessment. Mr. Kashif, are you there and ready for your presentation? You have 20 minutes.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Please do. You have
thanks to all of you. Yes. Right. Thank you for giving me a time in this one very precious thing. And I start with the name of the Allah Almighty. And I am ready to share my screen at the moment with you people. It's our today I will talk about COVID-19 and hybrid academia need assessment. And when we talk about COVID-19, as Dr. Mazan has started, that we are facing new challenges, new techniques we have to adopt, and especially while we are living in rural areas, we have to focus many things. In the same context, when I talk about here, it's me, Dr. Najam, and it's totally, as that is the title implication of COVID-19 pandemic towards education, social life, and global economy. And here I have tried to give you the brief description that how education, social life, and global economy put here in COVID-19 and how we can be out from COVID-19 with the help of the hybrid academia. While we have to talk about the hybrid academia, we have to set out something in background of the study. If I talk about that, basically this presentation and the thing that I want to share with you is this one, that at the moment, till we are in the 21st century, we're talking about the modern economies, we're talking about the all the things of the other matters, but still we are unable to highlight the importance of education in our core life till we are not taking it into the bringing into the priorities. This one thing, as while other critical needs such as health, water, sanitation are being responded to, educational needs cannot be forgotten. If we talk about in the pile to affect the coronavirus, is that during the global COVID-19 pandemic, education sector is not addressed as it must be. It's not becoming the priority. There is a real risk of regression for children whose basic or foundational learning like reading, math, languages, etc. was not strong to begin with. And millions of children who have already been deprived of their right of education, particularly girls, are not being more exposed to health and well-being risks, both psychologically and physical, psychosocial. During COVID-19, these are the children and youth for whom it can be said that education can't wait. Because when you left a single one thing in the sector of the education, things becomes very bad in the sector of education. If we talk about a sustainable development goal in 2030 that is given in 2019, and it is the UNICEF has given this rule, and they said that no children left behind and education for all, and it has 16 or 17 developmental goals, and the fourth developmental goal that is called sustainable development goal is this one, that education for all. And this education for all has key points, 3 key points: equitable access to learning opportunities, improved learning and skills for all, and third one, improved learning and protection for children in emergencies and fragile contexts. Now the question arises, when we have already given the things in sustainable development goals in 2030 by UNICEF in emergencies and fragile, then why we are not giving the importance to education in plagues and pandemics, in other emergencies that happens around the world? According to World Bank forecast that global economy will shrink 5.2% this year. That would present the deepest recession since the Second World War, with the largest fraction of economies experience declines in per capita output since 1870. I mean, after more than 150 years. 150 years. The World Bank says in its June 2020 global economies prospects that dilemma, World Bank's vice president what said that our first order of business is to address the global health and economic emergency. I mean, their priority is health and economic emergency, not education. And these are not this, these are the words of the vice president of World Bank. Beyond that, global community must unite to find ways to rebuild our robust recovery as possible to prevent more people from falling into poverty and underdevelopment. Now, that is the pandemic situation from the prologue, that throughout the human life spread across the world, infections, diseases have been a constant companion, even in this moment and even in this modern era. Outbreaks are nearly constant, and by this graph is showing the things. That is the most latest position, and I have just updated it a few minutes before at 8 o'clock in Pakistan. It's 8:42 in Pakistan, that 68.8 million global cases are recorded, and deaths are 1.24 million. and newly daily death rates are about 1,200 and 161 per day. These are the highest figures. Emergencies are happening, and what we are doing. It's a comparison between Great Lockdown 2020 and a global financial crisis 2009. In that one, the world economy will experience the worst recession since the Great Depression. I have taken this one from the International Monetary Fund, and it is, you can check it, that -3 growth rate of GDP in 2020, but in global finance crisis 2009, it's just -0.1. Global crisis comparison between advanced economies and emerging economies like Malaysia, Indonesia, Pakistan, India. These are, and why we have to compare it, that in Great Lockdown 2020, it is -6. The highlighted blue is advanced economies, that -6, and emerging markets are around about -1. But in global finance crisis, it's -3 in advanced countries, and 3 or 2.8 is something in the emerging markets. Now, academia before COVID-19, I'm just giving you the glimpse that what's happened before this one. More than 250 million out of 2.2 billion children were out of school. That is a position when there is no emergency, when there is no COVID. Now, what's we have to think about this one. Nearly 800 adults were illiterate. It is before COVID-19. What about COVID-19? We have to think. Some 387 million or 56% of primary school age children worldwide were estimated to lack basic reading skills. It is when? Before COVID-19. What's next? We have to think. Early 2020 estimates of the financing gap to reach Sustainable Development Goal 4, quality education in low and lower middle income countries, was stretching $148 billion annually. And that is the up to 1/3 financing has to be removed. Clear. Then comes the time in March or February something in the world when life is going to be closed, shrink in homes. What happens with the schools? In mid-April, that is the biggest one disruption in the history of education. That in mid-April, 94% of learners worldwide were affected by pandemic, and 1.58 billion children and youth from pre-primary to higher education in 200 countries shrink to their homes. The ability to respond to school closure changes dramatically with the level of development. For instance, during the second quarter, from April to June, 86% of the children in primary education have been effectively out of school in countries with low human development, compared with just 20% in countries with very high human development. That is the gap, 20 to 86%. That is, I have to add a way to show, and that I have taken from the UNESCO Global Education. Pre-COVID-19 financing gap research sustainable goal 4, that is about 11% to we have to reach 29%, but we have to face 18% gap. Impact of school closure, you can check it in February, March 2nd, 17, April. I have taken this one from source. And it shows that they are trying to reopen the schools, but constantly we are failing. Now the basic and higher education COVID-19. That is another one thing that I want to share with you people through this one forum, that we have put a lot of stress, and we are giving too much opportunity and priority to higher education. But our priority is not the primary, pre-primary, and secondary education. And that is the time when we have to think about this one, that how we come to know our health. The disruption caused by COVID-19 to everyday life meant that as many as 40 million children worldwide have missed out on early childhood education in critical preschool years. They thus means that stimulating, enriching environment, learning opportunities, social interaction, and some cases adequate nutrition. This is likely to compromise their long-term healthy development, especially those children from poor and disadvantaged families. In higher education sectors, while online, we have to put the things on online. But what about the question that how we can harmonize it with the pre-primary and primary education? That is another one question. Now the severity, we have to check through this one. That estimated 40% of poorest countries failed to support learners at least during COVID-19 crisis. 40% countries. Domestic cause, especially for girls, the work required to run households or farms. When the things are closed, schools are closed, life is very limited, especially girls, they are forced to do these one things. Children with disabilities, no one is ready to think over this one. Refugees, children, no one is ready to like this one. And in half of 21 European countries examined, grade 4 people from lower socioeconomic backgrounds were half as likely to have access to internet as their more advantaged peers. I mean, that is about the Europe, not about the countries with low income or that are not the developed countries, but they are the developing countries like Malaysia, Pakistan, Indonesia, and like Sri Lanka, Afghanistan, and India. In 7 low-income countries, less than 10% of the poorest households have electricity. Another one, as Mazan in the start talk about 1994 and 1996 when he was in early school, but it is in 2020, the century of the technology we're talking about. And now we have to continue, and World Bank has given a very astonishing report that lack of reading opportunities, a quiet room, and parental support during school culture is very difficult to given to the low socioeconomic countries and their households. World Bank identifies there 3 possible scenarios. I mean, what should be the next after this one pandemic? And World Bank identifies that there may be 3 possible options. Number 1, a reduction in average learning levels for all students. I mean, maybe average learning level of this one reduction. Number 2, a widening of the disruption of learning achievement due to highly unequal effect of the crisis. I mean, it may be the creation of the inequality. And third one, a significant increase of students with very low level of achievement due to, in part, of massive dropouts. I mean, maybe we get a big one dropout to this one. Human Development Index till 1991. We have to face in 1992, you can check my screen that in 1992, we have no development index. In 1999, it is very slow. In 2000 to onward, it's going to be upward, or maybe it has to maintain. But in 2009, when we have the global financial crisis, even in that one, we have the limited to 1 or 2. But in 2020, we have to be our human index annual change. It is maybe about minus 0.7. or maybe minus 0.17. Now we have to move towards the lining again. Hybrid academia. What is hybrid academia? Hybrid academia is very simple, that we have to check out the things according to the need of the students on the real grounds, factual grounds, relative-based grounds. And when we have to talk about this one, then we have to see the things that they are the people, they are the things, they are potentials. When we have to talk about ensuring learning continuity during the time of school closure become a priority for governments the world over, many of which turn to ICT, requiring teachers to move to online delivery of lessons, as shown in figure 5. I have to show you my figure 5. That is figure 5. You can check it. I mean, countries who have used the radio. In Asia, we are at bottom. In television, yes, Asia is on the second. And paper-based learning, again, we are on the second or third. But in online, we are not on that one stage. But instead to this, you have to check it that the dark blue color is for the pre-primary. And now you have to observe pre-primary in radio. Those countries who continued their education in COVID-19 with the usage of the radio. What is the pre-primary education? In television, COVID-19 education through television. What is the pre-primary education in Asia? Paper-based learning and online learning. That is the thing that we are not focusing on these things mostly. Now, conclusion, suggestions. I have to conclude my things, and I think my time. More than 1 billion children are at risk of falling behind due to school closure aimed at containing the spread of COVID-19. 1 billion.
Excuse me.
To keep the world's...
Excuse me, Mr. Najam. Sir?
Yes.
Yeah, you still have 5 more minutes for the presentation to finish. Thank you.
All right. I will try my best to complete my things within a time. To keep the world's children learning, countries have been implementing remote education programs, yet many of the world's children, particularly those in poorer households, do not have internet access, personal computers, TVs, or even radios at home, amplifying the effects of existing learning inequalities. This thing is specifically to the rural areas and the refugees, and the thing where the necessities that we call it over the third world world. Students lacking access to the technologies needed for home-based learning now have limited means to continuing their education. As a result, many face the risk of never returning to school. I mean, if this pandemic is continue, then maybe these children never come back to school, undoing years of progress made in education around the world. With school closure across 188 countries, many of them are exploring alternative ways to provide continuous education using technologies such as internet, TV, radio. However, the access to this technology is limited in many low and middle income countries, especially among the poor households. And that is the thing that how we can move this. While more than 90% of the countries adopted digital and or broadcast remote learning policies, and only 6% did so far in pre-primary. That is another one astonishing. Policy measures taken by the governments to ensure learning continuity through broadcast or digital media allowed for potentially reaching 69% of school children at maximum, and in pre-primary to secondary education globally. 31% of children worldwide, about 463 million, cannot be reached by the broadcast and internet-based remote learning policies, either due to lack of necessary technological assets and home or because they were not targeted by the adopted policies. Young and adolescent girls are twice as likely to be out of schools in crisis situation and face greater barriers to education. No education for refugees, displaced, and migrant children were widely addressed in the policies. Online platforms were the most used means by the governments to deliver education, while schools remain closed, with 83% of the countries using this method. Only 60% of the school children could be reached by radio-based learning. Television had the potential to reach the most students, but it is only 62%. Globally, 3, it's a very alarming figure. Globally, 3 out of 4 students who cannot be reached by the remote learning policies come from rural areas and or belong to poorest households. Now, I want to conclude with my words that without the access of education, as shocks are experienced, including loss of life, health, impacts and loss of livelihood, children are more vulnerable and unprotected. As household finances are being strained and need increase, out of school children are more likely to be exposed to risks like family violence, child labor, forced marriages, trafficking and exploitation, including by the responders. When children will not in school, when our children will not in school, when our children not in school, then such things we have to be faced. For the most vulnerable children, education is life-saving, because education is a very life-saving drug. Not only does it provide safety and protection, importantly, yet it also instills hope for a brighter future for any nation, for any country, and the world also. So continuing education through alternative learning pathways as soon as possible must also be a top priority right now, to ensure the interruption to education is as limited as possible. We urgently need to support teachers, parents, caregivers, innovators, communications, experts, and all those who are positioned to provide education, whether through radio programs, homeschooling, online learning, and other innovative approaches. In addition, the cost of accessing online education need to be reduced in the areas where online education is being provided using technology tools like Microsoft Zoom, Google Classes, WhatsApp, etc. The Education Commission need to be in constant touch with the educational institutions to get the feedback, and the relevant authority should provide a platform where students can lodge complaints regarding online education so that they can better reformed. Now, what is the need of the hour? That is the conclusion, and that is the suggestion also from my side, that working together, we can achieve our goal and expected qualities in education. And we have to talk about that we have to work individually, then maybe we remain back in many ways. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Najam. You have finished your presentation in time. So according to Dr. Najam, that it needs reform in education system, in order to give more chance to the children and better education service as well. Dr. Najam, so far you have one question from Nurul. Yeah, let me read it for you. How is the strategy for developing countries to increase their education quality in condition of COVID-19 with a lot of limitation?
I think two things are very important over here that I want to share with you, that Pakistan is also a developing country, and each and every area of the country has its own needs and resources. For example, if we talk about the Indonesia, if we talk about the Malaysia, if we talk about the Pakistan, there are some developed areas, there are some developing areas, and there are some backward areas. We have to think individually on the particular basis, on the reality-based situation, that what the strategy we have to apply it in the developing areas, what the strategy we have to apply it in the developed areas, and what the strategy we have to apply it in the backward areas. As Mazan in the morning said that we have the same curriculum, we have to teach the same curriculum. Yes, we have to teach the same curriculum, but how we have to teach that curriculum is different, because pedagogy differs as your environment, learning environment differs. So for the sake of the quality education, it's my suggestion that we have to check the ground realities, and we have to provide those strategies which are comfortable over there. Maybe we have to use the WhatsApp groups, social media sources. Maybe we have to use the radio sources. Maybe we have used the television sources. Maybe we have used the paper based. I mean, in federal education system of Pakistan is using a very unique technique. They are because our mostly students are poor, from the poor families. They call one class in one day, and no other class will come in that one. So for example, class 6 will come on Monday. Now class 7, 8, 9, 10, grade 7, 8, 9, 10 will not allowed into the school. In that one time, only those 6th class students will be sit in with the social distance in different rooms and different lawns, and teachers will give them new homework for 1 week, and they check the previous homework of 1 week. And at the same time, if students are facing a different kind of the problems, they can come over there. In this one technique, 2 things are important to me. Number 1, students will not out of the touch from the school and teachers. And number 2, if they are facing any kind of the problem, they can discuss it with their teachers by face to face. And that is the position where these are the backward areas where technology, where other things are not effectively, because television and radio also one-sided teaching. I mean, you can just give the lecture, you can't hear or you can't give the answers and satisfy your students.
All right, that's all, Dr. Najam. Yeah, that's the only question that addressed to you.
Can I have a short comment?
Yes.
Yeah. You know, you see, I am Badr and he is Najam. So good combination.
Yes. Yeah.
But Badr is moon and Najam is the star.
Yeah.
So the moon and the star are in one session.
Both are combined.
You are, yeah. Okay, I'm very light. All right, thank you. I think, okay, we give a big applause first to Dr. Najam. All right, ladies and gentlemen, and all participants, terima kasih, thank you, syukron very much, yeah, for all your participation, yeah, in this plenary session. Your worthy participation, and you guys make this conference international with your valuable papers. Sorry for mistake. And next we are going to parallel session that will be led by Dr. Shakila Dahlan. Dr. Shakila, yeah, please be on show. It's your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Assalamualaikum. Okay, Assalamualaikum and good morning. So first, let me introduce myself. I'm Dr. Shakila Dahlan from Faculty of Education, National University of Malaysia. And then today I will be responsible for hosting this presentation. So first of all, I would like to welcome to all of you to this prestigious conference about implication of COVID-19 pandemic towards education, social life and global economics, held by Faculty of Social and Political Science, University of Sriwijaya, and collaboration with Center of Educational Diversity Research, the National University of Malaysia. In this occasion, we shall have an outstanding presentation from our prominent presenters, whom I believe shall enrich our insight and knowledge regarding the theme of this conference. Okay, for time and education and flow, each presenter have a maximum of 50 minutes to present, with the remaining time reserved about 5 minutes for Q&A. Without further ado, I would like to welcome our first presenter is Associate Professor Dr. Saleh Ahmad. He will deliver a presentation entitled The Significance of Multicultural Counseling, Competency Among Counselors During the COVID-19 Pandemic. So, is it here Associate Professor Dr. Saleh Ahmad?
Assalamualaikum, Dr. Shakila, I'm here.
Yeah, okay. Professor, so ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to Associate Professor Dr. Saleh Ahmad. The floor is to Prof.
Okay, so I have 15 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Okay, let me stop watch first. Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dan alhamdulillah Good morning. Wow, we have been here since I think in Malaysian time 8:30, I think. So I think good stamina for all of us. Congratulations, Dr. Mahzan and all the committee members. Okay, Alhamdulillah. This morning I was given opportunity to talk about this paper. So I would like to share. So Dr. Sakila, can you see my PowerPoint?
Yeah, very
Okay,
clear.
Alhamdulillah. But I will talk in English and Malay, I guess. So is it okay?
No problem, Doctor.
Okay, so we have been talking about COVID-19 since this morning. So I think it's good for me. So just I don't need to explain the what to call the introduction, but it's interesting. So 2 days ago, we have 1,600 cases, meaning that this COVID-19 will go and go and go, but not gone. Okay, look like the what do you call the cases keep on fluctuating, increasing and then going down and up again. And I think this is same to our neighboring country like Singapore, Indonesia, maybe Thailand, okay, and all over the world. I think the pandemic, as you know, and as we know, that it will affect our life, and then we have the high mortality rates, and then of course the slowing down of global economy. But I think as teacher, as human being, faculty member, we cannot run away from this psychological impact, for stress and so on. So fear and worry about our own health, worsening chronic health problem, and then increase use of tobacco and alcohol and other substances. And then, of course, it's normal for people to experience a wide range of thought, feeling, and reaction. And we cannot run away from this feeling of stress, overwhelming anxiety, sadness, trauma. And then recently we have a few, not a few, actually many cases of suicide, commit suicide, and then suicidal ideation or suicidal thought. Then what happened? Of course, this is create new normal, the way we behave and then we interact. So I have very limited time, so I have to go a little bit faster. But so this is our role as counselors, out there. Not only counselors, but maybe social workers, psychologists, to help people, to help societies to deal with this. In dealing with this, we have face to face, and then maybe we have online, but this is still something we have disagreement, among counselors, among psychologists, whether we are doing counseling or we are doing psychological support. Because normally in counseling we have face to face, but of course we use counseling skill in helping our client, our societies, during this COVID-19. We have a lot of call center that mostly dealing with crisis, So Malaysian society can call our helpline, especially in Jabatan Kebajikan Masyarakat or Social Welfare Department, and then Ministry of Education, even university and schools has set up their own hotline to combat or to help societies dealing with stress, anxiety, and so on. Okay. But as we know that counseling is professional, the way we do counseling, basically we have a in Malaysia must be a registered counselor, but we have clients from different cultural background. In this moment, we will deal with client from even in Malaysia, client from different cultural background. Well, we have Malay, Chinese, even in Malay societies, we have Malay from Johor, Malay from Kelantan, from Terengganu, and so on. So even though we are Malay, but from different state, of course, we have different cultural background. And then we also have client from another ethnic like Malay, Chinese, Indian, and then from Sabah, Sarawak. We have a lot of ethnic from Sabah, Sarawak. You know? So in this global and diverse society, we cannot run away from dealing with clients from different cultural background. Okay. Culture include like our belief, gender, socioeconomic status, political value, and also sexual orientation. You know, then professional counselor should be aware of the value, bias, assumption that can influence human behavior. New norm for counselor during pandemic, of course, we cannot see client face to face, but sometimes we have client during this pandemic using online, maybe some phone call. But finally, we will encourage client to see counselor face to face if they have very big issues to be discussed. You know. During this pandemic, we work more on psychological support. Yeah. As I said, culture influence all aspects of human behavior, including counseling session. You know. Then, multicultural counseling competency. We really hope that those who are involved in helping outside there, whether face to face or by means of technology like a phone call or WhatsApp call and then Zoom, they have to be expert in multicultural counseling competencies, no? Or they should be aware of the multicultural counseling competencies. You know. Otherwise, since we are working with clients from different cultural background, so we might do something not very appropriate to the client from different culture. So normally the combination of skill, theoretical approach, and knowledge, you know, awareness about ourselves, awareness about our client, knowledge about the situation. This is important for counselors to, in order to help client. So understanding the different cultural background of our client is crucial. It's important to work effectively with client from diverse background. If we don't know or if we are not about or we're not sure about the cultural background of the client, so it's difficult for us to have a good counseling session. So for example, if I'm not very sure about culture in Indonesia or in Pakistan, you know, so how am I going to deal with this client? So at least I have to know some background of the client, you know. Because two approach in counseling in dealing with culture, especially we call ethic and emic. Ethic, we believe that aspect of life that appear to be consistent across different culture, meaning that whatever happened in Malaysia, how Malaysian show their anger, you know, tired, maybe same all over the world, you know? And stress, anxiety. So if we talk about stress in Malaysia, I believe that stress in India, stress in Malaysia, Pakistan, stress in Indonesia, this should be the same. You know? Whereas in emic aspect of life that appear to be different across culture. So maybe when we talk love, you know, so maybe the concept of love are different in Malaysia, different in India, different in Malaysia, or maybe different in Pakistan. When we talk about happiness, you know, how do you define happiness? Happy people in Malaysia may be different from happy people from Indonesia. But basically, the concept of happiness may be almost the same. They can be accepted all over the world. But how do you define happiness? Mostly depend on your own culture or maybe your background, right? because some mental health issues are related to cultural specific. In counseling, we call cultural bound syndrome. So, for example, amo or latah. Normally in DSM or psychology, amo mostly happen in Malaysia, in Indonesia, in Thailand, and Philippines. So, latah also mostly happen in Malaysia, or in Indonesia. But when I was in the state, I cannot see people latah, So I'm not very sure. Maybe someone can help me later, So in Pakistan, and I'm not very sure. Latah. Do we have latah in Pakistan? Latah is something like you call what? When you uh, behave abnormally, such as mimicry and unquestioning obedience to others, and then because it's like sudden shock, that's sudden shock. So, uh, so you have to see how latah the behavior of latah person. So because time limited, maybe we can talk later. Of course, in terms of career, also we have like career and parenting and behavior, especially in gender issues, because in Asia, for example, father is the big boss in the family. So if we want to counsel a family, we have to look who are the big boss in the family. Some people, they look at mother as the big boss. Some, they say father is the big boss. So we have to look at which one, who are the big boss in the family. If you want to talk about the family, even in the career, So because there is no more this job for men, this job for women. Maybe last time, yes, but now let's say engineer, engineer. There are some women also in engineering, doctor. There are men and women in medical system, even a teacher, even nurse. Last time, nurse only female. Now we have male nurse. Okay. So, and then all the techniques that we use during session, we have to comply to the theoretical aspect. But now we have cultural based healing traditional. For example, in Malay we have bomo, in Chinese also bomo. So we have to understand. Maybe the client say, "Oh, I don't want to see counselor. I want to see imam." We have to respect the client, and then the technique also will include the spirituality, religious system, and so on. So we have to respect the client. That's why we have to understand the multicultural issues in counseling. Otherwise, maybe a client disagree with us, but they don't respect us if we disagree with their opinion. But basically, client have the right. If they want to continue, they can continue. But they say, I want to see about more. So what can you see? Actually, up to them, because sometimes the client have many opportunity to work not only with us, but from other, as I say, traditional healing system. In fact, in counseling also, we try to include like a religious approach, spirituality approach. But if we are not aware about this, we cannot counsel the client. For example, if we in stress situation, so for Muslim, maybe we can ask them to read Quran, to berzikir, and so on. Okay. So this is some technique. As I said, father had a family. Now we cannot see eye contact. Sometimes when we say we have to look at their eye, but maybe in their culture, looking at the eye is something bad. Saying no to the husband maybe is considered sinful in certain culture, especially in our Muslim culture. And then we'll talk about equal right and so on. So, in terms of how we deal this new impact, so in our SOP during COVID-19, we want to have what do you call that, social distancing, right? So, Dr. Sakila, maybe give me 1 or 2 minutes. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. When we talk about social distancing, So jaga jarak, you know. But in our counseling program, we talk about antisocial. We teach people not to become antisocial. But now with the social distancing, look like we are teaching people, okay, keep away, go away. So this will be another problem in our life. And then people, a lot of people, they call it obsessive compulsive disorder, like washing hand, right? So we like them, okay, don't be afraid, no need to wash hand many times, you know. So people take wudu, so difficult to take wudu, right? A few times, you know. And then we say, okay, please, no need to wash hand. But now, please wash hand, wash hand, right? We try to shake hand with our friend, you know, to show that we are working together, you know, collaborative ways, you know. But now we cannot shake hand anymore, you know. So how are we going to show love to our friend? So this is something that the effect of this COVID-19 to our life, you know. But as psychologists, as counselors, this is challenging for us. That's why we need to understand multicultural issues, you know. Of course, in counseling, psychological support, we have group counseling. Then this will affect our daily life, even in school, higher institution, and so on. So we have the tele-counseling, counseling, and then stress management, and so on. Okay. Of course, the social support, the family, especially when we deal with like suicidal issues, you know, suicidal case, not only the family, but the community should be involved in this. Okay. The conclusion, as I said, as the world become more global and interconnected, working with clients from different cultural background is unavoidable. Counselors need to have specific training using theory and skill that relate to culture, and then understanding different cultural background of client is crucial in order to effectively work with them. And then counselor need to become familiar with the culture and environment in which their client, and had to be open and supportive in working with a diverse range of clients. And as a counselor, you have to be positive with yourself and with others, and because positive individual will become positive community. All right. During pandemic, finally, as a counselor, plus the understanding of multicultural issues, you know that what to do, where to go, and then referral cases, you know, where to refer our cases as counselors. Okay. So I think that's all from me with the limited time, Sakila. All right. Thank you very much.
Most welcome, Professor. Very interesting presentation. So next, well, ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the question and answer session. So if you have any question, please mention your name to Professor Dr. Saleh. So any question from presenter or from the keynote speaker?
Okay, maybe presenter.
Okay, maybe they will ask they will ask for the next time. So
Okay.
so next we so let's give once again a big round of applause for Professor Dr. Saleh Ahmad for a very nice presentation. So now we move to second presentation. Okay, now ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome to our second presenter, Miss Lovita Ikasari. She will be deliver a presentation entitled The Evolution of Credit Program Implementation at the PT Bank Dinamon Indonesia, TBK Palembang branch in order to improve productivity of credit without collateral stake in Palembang City. So I'm Mrs. Lovita Ikasari. Are you there? Are you with us? Mrs. Lubika?
Yeah. Okay.
All right. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to Mrs. Lovita Ikasari. This floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum. Good morning. Best wishes for us. Thank you to Mrs. Shakila Dahlan as an associate, and thank you for all presenter and all participants. I would like to discuss in the topic for my dissertation proposal with a title, The Evolution of Credit Program Implementation at the PT Bank Danamon Tbk Palembang branch in order to improve productivity of credit without collateral or ICOSH in Palembang City. In the first, I want to introduce to my company profile at Bank Danamon. The banking sector play an important strategic role in financing productive business activities, which in turn will encourage growth and development of the national economy. Economic activity is one of the factors that determines the success or failure of national development, because the economy is the backbone of national development. So we can see important the role of bank is for economic growth. One manifestation of the role of bank as financial institution that can increase the growth of national development is in channeling funds to the public in the form of credit extension. It can take the form as loans such as investment loan, working capital loans, small business loans, and other types of credit according to the needs of debitor customer. Next, in general, the banking world use analytical instrument known as the 5 capitals, principles, namely character, personality, capability, or ability, capital, collateral, and economic condition to determine that someone is trusted in obtain credit. The pro-credit policy without collateral or ICOSH for economic growth is based on 3 main arguments. And the first, credit without collateral or ICOSH encourage competition and entrepreneurship, which can boost efficiency, innovation, and economic productivity. And the second, credit without collateral ICOSH is believed to have better productivity, but does not get sufficient support in managing by large financial institutions. And third, credit without collateral ICOSH has a better labor absorption capacity than large companies. Bank Danamon, as one of the national private bank, function as a public fund collector and channel is back in the form of credit, contributing to the improvement of the real sector of the Indonesian economy by distributing working capital loans to the public in the hope the business world can move and create job opportunities. To maintain credit so that there is no leak, waste, or found fraud, a strong credit control is required. With sufficiently strong credit control, the possibility on non-performing loan can be minimized. How important is knowing the 5 characters to identify the potential debitor, whether they deserve credit approval, and anticipate on increased credit non-performing loan. The next, for the problem formulation, this dissertation is, first, how is the evolution of the implementation of the Bank Danamon Palembang Bank Credit Program in order to increase the productivity of loan without collateral or instakas in Palembang City? And then two questions. What are the supporting and inhibiting factors that affect the implementation of the Bank Danamon Palembang Bank Credit Program in order to increase the productivity of loan without collateral or instakas in Palembang City? And next, and next research purpose, which is to find out how to evaluate the implementation of the Bank Danamon Palembang Bank Credit Program in order to increase the productivity of loans without collateral or instakas in Palembang City. And then number two, this is to determine to supporting and inhibiting factors that affect the implementation of the Bank Danamon Palembang Branch Credit Program is order to increase the productivity of loans without collateral or instakas in Palembang City, especially. And then to next literature review is bank credit policy, prudential principle in credit, and then organization and credit management, credit approval policy, documentation and credit administration, credit supervision, non-performing credit management. And then this bank policy credit of the Bank Danamon Palembang City. Credit without collateral or instakas, it tends to the criteria for small business be referring to law number 9 of 2019/5, which is contained in the Bank Indonesia regulation relating to provision of small business credit, PBI number 3/2 or PBI 2001. And the next. The implementation model used is the review and friendly model, a degree of compliance, smoothing function routine, the zero performance of impact the program evaluation, the process of collecting systematic data or information, the result of which can be used as consideration for decision maker in determining policy alternative. And then the program evaluation model used in the study was CIPP evaluation model, contact evaluation or contact, input evaluation of input, process product evaluation, and the next product evaluation of result. Next, research tips from the my dissertation is with the implementation model used in the method approach used is qualitative method. The data needed in this research are primary data. This data was collected through survey techniques using a research instrument in the form of an interview questionnaire. Research focus, the credit program includes credit element, the purpose of providing credit, credit procedure, and credit decision. Supporting and inhibiting factor that affect the credit program of Bank Danamon Palembang Branch, the productivity of loan without collateral or instakas in Palembang City include the quality of human resource hierarchy consisting for the management, mastery of technology and marketing. In addition, as to productive resource consists of capital, technology, information, and market. And the next, the data collection methods is type and data resource, primary data, employer of Bank Danamon, Palembang brand in charge of credit and credit customer with collateral in status using credit facilities in Bank Danamon, Palembang brand. Secondary data, other division related to credit. And the next, data collection tools. Data collection tool and techniques, entering the field collection, getting in, being in the research location, getting along, and then the last collection and research getting out, data analysis method, descriptive analytic technique with qualitative approach, entering the file location, getting in, being at the research locating, getting along, and the last collection and research getting out. And then next, from the conclusion, from the my dissertation proposal is the banking sector plays an important strategic role in financing productive business activities. With in turn with encourage growth and development of the national economy. Economic activity is one of the factors that determines the success or failure of national development because the economy is the backbone of the model of the evaluate credit program relate to the productivity of credit without collateral. In Stakas is the CIPP evaluation model developed by Daniel Sublem on Ohio State University. In this model include 4 dimensions, namely contact evaluation or contact, input evaluation or of input, process evaluation of process, and product evaluation of result. The use of the replay and flanking model represents several factors that can be standard be a measure of the success of implementing a policy because in the replay and flanking model, only 3 dimensions that are measured and is felt to be more direct if we only want to examine into interaction in the credit grading process, namely degrees of comparison, smoothly function routines, and the last, the zero performance and impact the program. Thank you. Thank you for Ms. Shakila Dahalan that for opportunity that has been given to me. Maybe the question for me or suggestion.
So the question is from Devin Putrajaya. From
yes,
Devin Putrajaya.
Shakila Dahalan, I has finished.
Yeah.
I can hear you.
Yeah. So now you have one question from audience.
Yes.
So the question is, during this pandemic, almost all sectors have experienced a deadline. What is the policy of bank to help debitors who are experiences difficulties or decrease their ability to pay their debt installment due to impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. So, can Ms. Lovita
Okay,
answer
thank
this
you.
question? Yeah, most welcome.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Shakila Dahlan. I will to answer it from the question. During the pandemic, almost the section experience decline. One of the policies by the bank for the debtor affected by the COVID-19 pandemic who are experiencing difficulties in paying their debtor is payment. One of which is by providing credit rescheduling with small installment that the debtor can pay. A suitable grace period. The goal is to relieve the debtor those who are affected by COVID-19 so that they can smoothly their debit payment. This is effectively to reduce to increase in bad credit due to inability to pay obligation to the bank. The impact will certainly harm the bank to do the increase in bad credit, credit non-performing loan. Maybe this question.
Okay, so is it here Anang Dwi Santono?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anang Dwi Santono, is it answer your question from Lovita? Can Anang open the screen for us? Anang Dwi Santono?
Sorry, Dr. Shakila.
Yeah. Yes, Anang. So is it answer the question from
It is
the
not question from me. There are two participants privately chat me, so
I
it is
see.
actually from the participant. Thank you.
See. Oh yeah. Okay, so another question from Mrs. Lovita is, all right. So I think this is the same questions. So, okay, we know that credit during the pandemic has decreased. How do you deal with the banking sector in dealing with credit for the community during the COVID-19 pandemic? Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Shakila Dahlan.
Yeah.
I will answer it the way bank handle for the public during the COVID-19 pandemic. Bank must manage risk mitigation appropriately, namely debtor mapping process for the restructuring must run correctly, so that cash flow is seen as the carrying out treatment in the form of restructuring program. By knowing the position of the strength, weakness, opportunities, strength, by paying attention to the condition of the impact COVID-19. And then number two, bank must factor on areas that have the prospect of bank finance. In the case, they must choose a business sector that exists and development in the COVID-19 pandemic. And then three is the name digital banking service, namely product and service that must be converted into digital banking. The process must be gradual, carried on continuously for debtor. And for COVID bank, innovation and creativity require bank to more innovative. Bank do not only demand installment and credit in the rest payment, but must help customer groups selling their product the appeal for physical distancing and social distancing effect, the sale of micro, small, and medium-sized business or UMKM. By helping the community to develop, then to connect to the system so that you sell online. For example, by creating UKM to application is the name UMKM UKM Go Online. It's digital platform that aims to facilitate UKM to expand their product sales reach. And next, use application on the spot. For example, which already has Zoom or video call. And six, basis assistant and consultation, namely relationship manager as consultant is problem on restructure to ensure the restructuring runs smoothly. And then the last, I will answer to corporate social responsibility, CSR, program drug online education and training from UKM actor. Maybe the problem in the COVID-19 now.
Okay, thank you so much, Mrs. Robita, for the details explanation to answer the questions. So I think that's all. This is a question from Sandita and Marlinda. So already asked from the Lovita. So thank you so much for to Mrs. Lovita. And then let's give us one again a big round of applause to Mrs. Lovita Ikasari. The nice presentations.
Thank you.
Yeah, most welcome.
Assalamualaikum salam, Dr. Shakila Dahlan.
So now, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome to our third presenter, Mrs. Jalaluddin Karindin. He will deliver a presentation entitled Parental Educational Support Based on Gender Among Public Senior Secondary School Children in Sri Lanka. So, is it Mrs. Jalaluddin Karim with us today?
Yes, I'm here. Can you listen?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Shakila.
Yeah, thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to Mrs. Jalaluddin Karim, and then 50 minutes to your Karim to present your slide, and then the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. I am very glad to present at the third International Conference on Sustainable Development and Multi-Ethnic Society 2022. My topic is parental educational support based on gender among public secondary school children in Sri Lanka. Myself and Professor Mahzen and Abdul Razak contributed for this paper. Please, next slide. Next slide, please. Outline of the study, introduction, literature review, problem statement, objectives of the study, methodology, finding, conclusion, and suggestion. We know that in child growth and development, there are several factors affecting and their education also. But Yuri Bronfenbrenner in 1979 developed a theory named ecological theory. He believes that social context of individual interaction determines the degree to which individual can develop their abilities and realize their potential. We know that the home is the primary and basic and first socialization agent of every children. So education begins at home, not from school. So parents are the first teachers of every children. They can influence performance of children education and children educational well-being. So parent can support their children to educate their children in terms of assist to do homework. They can provide educational materials. They can motivate to involve in education, and all time they can praise their children performances. It is also one of the reinforcement for student learning, and they can provide educate and enough textbook and moreover, in this pandemic situation, they can't motivate them to use internet facilities and also library facilities. And more specifically, they can arrange a space or learning room at their home. So the parent role is very important in children education. So we hope that parents should assist their children for both male and female children. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay. Rosita Abdul Latif says that parents are close to the students, aware of the student wishes and aspirations, always encouraging and supporting the students' desire to excel in education. Likewise, Suhaimani Abdul Rahman revealed that parental support, encouragement, and motivation can enhance student academic achievement. Yunus et al. In 2018 found that parental educational support, such as reading at home, parental expectation, aspiration for their children learning, and communication with children, communication with teachers with regard to student learning, and parental encouragement, so promises to their have correlations with academic achievement. Please next. In terms of gender, there are several research took place. For instance, Lee et al. Found that parental support influences adolescent academic achievement based on gender differently. Likewise, Sator also saw that the girls in his study reported higher level of parental support, social monitoring, and school monitoring than did boys, indicating a higher degree of connection with parents. Moreover, Marshall revealed that parental involvement in student learning significantly higher level among female students than male. However, on the other hand, Hong et al. Revealed that parental involvement did not have any significant difference on student mathematics achievement. So the problem statement, as Professor Mahajan also explained in his question and answer sessions, Sri Lanka also facing notable gender disparities in the educational performance, as girls are outperforming boys at every level of education system in the Sri Lanka. For instance, in the GCO level examination, while 60-70% of female students qualified for GCE level, only 58% of male students qualified to continue GCA level. Moreover, Department of Census and Statistics Sri Lanka showed that more boys than girls have a higher dropout rate in Sri Lanka. Likewise, the higher secondary net enrollment rate is 60% for male, while 71% for female, where 4.4% of net higher for female than male. Next. So several empirical studies indicated that the level of student participation in learning is linked to socio-environmental support in terms of parental educational support. Abdul Rahman, Ahmed et al. And Munir also reveal about this. Thus, student perception of their educational well-being related to socio-environmental factors based on gender is a tool to measure success in every educational institution. Thus, this study investigates parents' educational support based on gender differences in their children learning in public secondary school children in Sri Lanka. So, objectives of the study. The first objectives of the study is identify the level of parental educational support for their male children. Second objective is determine the level of parental academic support for their female children. The final objectives of the study is investigate parental educational support differences based on gender among secondary school children in Sri Lanka. The methodology of the study is this study is poorly quantitative. The population of the study is senior secondary public school children in Sri Lanka. Stratified sampling method used to select the students from all around the island. So accordingly, 1,350 students from 9 provinces selected for this study, as 675 male and 675 female students selected for the study. So survey method used for as a research design. For instrument, I used only questionnaire. It is self-constructed instrument with 5-point Likert scale. Accordingly, validity and reliability, Kuramba Alpha also carried out to determine the validity and reliability of the instrument. For the data analysis, descriptive statistics such as mean and standard deviation used to determine the level of parental education support. In order to determine the differences of parental educational support based on gender, one-way maneuver used. Next slide, please. The finding of the study. The level of parental education support in this table presents the mean and standard deviation of parental educational support in terms of gender. When we look into the table, the statement second shows that providing adequate learning materials is the highest mean value compared with other parental educational support. In terms of gender, female children perceived more than male children that they receive adequate learning materials. On the other hand, statement 6, children perception of their parental encouragement and motivation toward access to internet facilities and library facilities is the lowest mean value compared with other parental educational support. Actually, this research done through in this pandemic period. So, but the questionnaire developed before the pandemic period. So, however, there is one research that the parental encouragement for students to use internet is very low among it is low among children while compared with other statements. Moreover, more than male children, more than female children, female children perceive that their parents motivate them to access the internet library facilities. The mean values of statement on parental encouragement towards involvement in education also high among female children compared with male children. Similarly, parental praises if students perform well, providing recommended books and parental support for arranging a place to learning is also highest among female children than male children. However, only in terms of assisting to do homework, higher among male children when compared with female children. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Overall parental educational support in terms of gender, the study results reveal that parental educational support is high among secondary school children in Sri Lanka. However, in terms of gender, parental educational support for female children is higher than male children among secondary school children in Sri Lanka. Next slide, please. The maneuver analysis show that there is significant differences of parental educational support based on gender among secondary school children in Sri Lanka. Okay. Next slide, please. So conclusion and suggestions. The study results reveal that parental educational support is high among secondary school children in Sri Lanka, and there are significant differences of parental educational support based on gender. However, in terms of gender, parental educational support for female children is higher than male children among secondary school children in Sri Lanka. This study recommended that parental educational support should increase toward their male children learning from all the aspects. Parents should concentrate and they should aware about male children learning at home from the beginning, from the nursery level. Parents should make the environment which is cater for male student learning without only considering female students, because in this globalization world, students should cope up with 21st century challenges. So parents should educate and aware and concentrate more on male children in order to make them good citizens in every nation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much to Mrs. Jalal Karindim for a very nice presentation today. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions to Mrs. Jalil about the parental educational support at the Sri Lanka? So if don't have a question, so we give once again a big round of applause to Mrs. Karindim for the very nice presentation today.
Okay.
So now,
Thank you, Dr. Shakila.
you're most welcome. So now, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome to our first presenter, Mrs. Martina. She will deliver a presentation entitled The Policy of Free Internet for Indonesia Educators and Learners During in Era of Pandemic COVID-19 by Indonesia Ministry of Education and Culture. Okay, is it Mrs. Martina with us today?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, very nice. Okay, very nice, Mrs. Martina. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to Mrs. Martina. The floor is yours.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Shakila Dahlan, for the chance. Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen. Selamat siang, bapak-bapak dan ibu-ibu. First of all, I would like to congratulate ICOSH3 that held in Faculty of Social and Political Science, Sriwijaya University. And I also would like to express my gratitude to first, the Dean of Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Sriwijaya University. Second, all the crew members who are involved in this conference. Third, the last for all the participants who are joining in the conference. Before I begin presentation, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Martina from Department of Public Administration, Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Sriwijaya University. I am interested writing about this topic because I'm a lecturer who also got the free internet from Ministry of Education and Culture. So it makes it easier for me to teach, communicate with my students. The title of my presentation is The Policy of Free Internet for Indonesian Educators and Learners During in Era of Pandemic COVID-19 Indonesia by Ministry of Education and Culture. Introduction. First, background. The coronavirus outbreak has spread to almost all corners of Indonesia. The impact of the COVID-19 outbreak on all aspects of human life. One of them is the impact felt by the world of education. Currently, the data on the development of COVID-19 in 34 provinces in Indonesia as of 9 December 2020 are as follows. Source from the Indonesian Ministry of Health. Positive, 592,900. Cured, 487,445. Died, 18,171. Policies for schools and colleges includes closing schools and campus and delaying study time. The solution to this closure of schools and campus, as well as delay in a learning time, it's with the distance learning system. The way of learning is changed from face-to-face to online, according to Minister of Education and Culture Circular Number 4 of 2020 regarding direction for learning from home. The problems are the need for internet data or quota is limited if you have to buy it yourself, because internet data quota costs are still relatively expensive. Second, research question. What is the solution from the government to solve the problem of internet data or quota needs for educators and students? Second, objectives of the study to find out the solution from the government regarding internet data or quota needs for educators and students. Fourth, research benefits. A, as a form of policy reference to Ministry of Education and Culture to create a distant education system more effective and efficient. B, as a means of consideration for the government that will develop and improve a character education system through distant education. B, literature review. First, public policy. According to Nugroho 2006, public policy is anything done by the government. The decision are whether it is done or not done, because it still have an impact. B, according to David Easton cited in Marjan 2010, the demands that are developing in society, the political system can take it in two ways, namely, B1, making decisions as desired by the community. B2, doing politicization, namely building values that exist in government. Second, online learning. A, according to Zafira, Ertika, and Seresian 2020, online and blended learning are another ways of learning style. Online, namely through the internet media. B, according to Brown, said in Varianto 2006, online learning involves internet network. Methodology. The technique of the study use literature study. Literature study is a study that has to do with the problems that are the object of research. Source and methods can be from information from library, reading, taking notes, and processing research material. Interpretation. First, internet data accession policy for teachers and students through school operational assistance, or Dana BOS. The Indonesian Minister of Education and Culture, Nadiem Makarim, revised the Ministerial Regulation of Education and Culture on technical guidelines for school operational assistance. The issuance of Permendikbud number 19 of 2020 concerning amendment to Permendikbud number X of 2020 concerning regular board's technical guidelines. Permendikbud number 19 of 2020 concerning amendment 2 Permendikbud number X of 2020 concerning technical instruction for regular school operational assistance. In this regulation, BOS can be used to buy internet data for teachers and students to support distance learning during the COVID-19 pandemic. The purpose of giving free internet is to make it easier for teachers and students while studying at home. Second, internet quota accession policy for educator and students. One, for the smooth running process of distance learning, internet data quota accession is required. is one of Ministry of Education and Culture Secretary General Regulation Number 14 of 2020 concerning the technical guidelines for 2020 Internet Data Quota Assistance. Regulation of the Secretary General of the Ministry of Education and Culture Number 14 of 2020A. Free Internet assistance are given to A. Preschool students, B. Elementary to high school student, C. College student, D. Preschool teachers, E. Elementary to high school teacher, and then lecturers. In Secretary General Regulation Number 14 of 2020 regulates as follows. 1. Provider, form, and details of the amount of Internet data quota assistance. 2. Requirement for recipients of Internet data quota assistance. Initial data preparation, verification, and validation mechanism and cell phone numbers. The mechanism for distributing Internet data quota assistance. 5. Implementation of goods, services, procurement for Internet data quota assistance. 6. Monitoring, evaluation, and reporting legal supervision and services. A. The last, conclusion and suggestions. First, conclusion, the government actions, in this case, the Ministry of Education and Culture in overcoming the problem of distance learning during the COVID-19 pandemic are approached, namely A. During the first semester of education, which is March to July 2020, where the COVID-19 outbreak has hit Indonesia, the minister has issued a regulation. It is providing credit assistance for teachers and students through regular BOS funds. B. In the period after initial semester, where the COVID-19 pandemic has not ended, and it is increasingly difficult for educators and students to carry out the distance learning. Internet data assistance is given extensively to educators and students starting from early childhood education to higher education. Two, suggestion, Internet data assistance should be provided in the pandemic has not ended, especially in school areas where face-to-face learning has not been implemented yet. I think that's all about my presentation today. Thank you for attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh to Mrs. Martina. Very nice presentation today. So very well, ladies and gentlemen. Now we have a question and answer session. If have any question, please mention your name to presenter. So we have no questions today. So we are thank you so much to Mrs. Martina. So give once a big round of applause to Mrs. Martina for the very nice presentation. Thank you, Mrs. Martina.
You're welcome.
So now, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome to fifth presenter, Mr. Spettinus Supardi. He will deliver a presentation entitled Ontological Reflection of Space and Time During the COVID-19 Pandemic and Policy Opportunity to the Development of the Post-Pandemic Cybernetic Education. So, Mr. Spettinus Supardi, are you with us today? All right. Okay. So now, okay, we can't see you, Mrs. Spettinus. Just see your slide.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Sakila.
Yeah, welcome. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to Mrs. Spettinus to present her presentation. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. My best regard to you, Dr. Sakila. all keynote speaker, and to all participants of this conference. First, let us thank God for His grace, which has gathered us in the third International Conference of Social Science and Humanities. And first, I will introduce myself. My name is Stefanus Supadi, a student from Department of Public Administration, Faculty of Social and Science, Sriwijaya University, Palembang, Indonesia. On this occasion, I will present my research entitled Ontological Reflection on Space and Time during the COVID-19 pandemic and Policy Opportunities for Development of Post-Pandemic Cybernetic Education.
Cybernetic education.
As we know that development and change is certainly that no one can hold back. In particular, entering the 21st century, changes are felt so fast. Technology and that is growing exponentially. Modern technology has significantly changed the content of almost all areas of personal and social life, bringing and entering with each other in a new reality called virtual reality. This shift certainly has new implications in understanding the world in all its aspects. Technology has developed exponentially, giving rise to the civilization and allowing the construction of new space that are more real and wider. All of the new space form is a virtual space. This enhancing forces all aspects of life to evaluate and reform all old forms, structure, and ways of working into new ways. So we have to reinventing every business model and ecosystem. The ontological concept of space and time has increasingly become a material for thought when the COVID-19 pandemic hits the world. Not a single country can escape this pandemic. The pandemic has also changed human behavior from the health sector to implementing health protocol that continue to wash hands, use masks, and maintain physical distance and social distancing. In the context of school and work, that must also be done from home to build a new meeting space, for example, through social media or digital market. Based on some of description, we can understand that the cyber, with this fact, the concept of space and time experience a shift in meaning. The notion of cyberspace as a concept image cell is a common point of view in the study of social humanity in modern time. A number of researchers have defined virtual space as a view of communication mediated by a computer system. According to them, virtual space shows significant impact or virtual reality. Based on some of this description, we can understand that there has been transformation of spatial and temporal pattern during the last 4 decades. Because of which traditional ontology lost its heuristic and give an own virtual ontology. As an alternative picture of words, John Ury over his ontology of mobility. This cellular ontology provides an opportunity to rethink the ontological foundation of major socio-cultural phenomena like education, economic, politics, and tourism, etc. That impact of the change in ontological paradigm of space and time will also radically and fundamentally change the world. The catalysm change of today's world are significantly become evident and inevitably, and like it or not, they force the world to accept and admit it, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic, where traditional time and space seem to disappear and we put in a virtual space and time. This understanding of space and time will not just disappear even though the pandemic ends. Based on this situation, that we need to explore in this context of public policy in the field of education is how to develop an education policy strategy after the COVID-19 pandemic or post-COVID-19 pandemic. This research use literature analysis method through 3 stages, starting with searching a literature and finding the main idea of each article. Finally, write in paraphrase style, not in direct quotation. Thus, when writing article, we'll refer to ideas that have been published. So, then discussion. Based on the background of the problem and also the formulation of the problem, the next question that needs to be answered is, why is cybernetic method worthy of being considered as post-pandemic policy model? In general, it can be said that cybernetic is an approach model that accommodates the understanding of space and time experienced during a pandemic, and several other things, including cybernetic is a branch of science that's concerned with communication problem and information flows as a complex system. Second, cybernetic is a holistic approach that builds balance in dynamic environments, both in 3-dimensional space and virtual space. Third, cybernetic pays more attention to functional, dynamic, and telenomic system views than physical and structural views. Fourth, the cybernetic model is aligned with the understanding of space and time during the COVID-19 pandemic, a model that facilitated 3-dimensional space and virtual space. So, when the dynamic cybernetic model is applied in education policy, there are implications that must be considered by policymakers, namely the paradigm level, managerial level, and practical level. When that level also concerns elements of government, school, teachers, and society. In government level, government have to develop liberating education as a paradigm and develop Indonesian education philosophy. And in managerial level, government have to make a standardized decentralization, digital reporting system, flexible curriculum, simple and authentic educational administration, and in technical level, facilitate the provision of basic infrastructure, land building, laboratories, telecommunication. In school, focus on basic knowledge, formulate authentic particularities, and in a managerial level, curriculum simplification, flexible governance, involve community, and in technical level, the school has a digital administration system that makes it easy for teachers, students, and parents. As a teacher, have to be a teaching, a director, a facilitator. In managerial level, have pedagogical competence in the post-pandemic COVID-19 era. And in technical level, the teacher has audiovisual communication competence using digital technology. And in public level, good communication condition, the community is involved in quality of the school, and everywhere is a school and everyone is a teacher. As a conclusion, All countries in the world are in the same situation during the COVID-19 pandemic. Thus, the COVID-19 pandemic is not only a disaster, but also an opportunity for preservation weakness in the quality of education. The cybernetic models offer opportunity that are in line with current conditions, which offer possibilities of developing education policy after COVID-19 pandemic. Indonesian Minister Education and Culture stated Merdeka Belajar as philosophy of education. So I hope that Merdeka Belajar philosophy can be realized with this model so that students can study anywhere, anytime, with everyone as a teacher. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Mrs. Stephanus. Very nice presentation for this afternoon. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, now we come to question and answer session. If you have any question, please mention your name and question to presenter. Okay, I have one question from in chat question and answer from Darian Putrajaya, student of public administration. So according to Mrs. Stephanus Suwardi, give government policies, especially on education, provided solution to people affected by COVID-19, and what is the quality of education obtained during the online learning process during the COVID-19 pandemic? Okay, question from the Darian Shah Putrajaya.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Sakila. I will answer the question in bahasa, maybe okay?
Yeah, sure, no problem.
Baik Pak Dery, terima kasih atas pertanyaannya. Bahwa memang sampai saat ini masih perjuangan berat untuk mengadakan bagaimana mengukur standar kualitas dalam masa pandemik ini. Tetapi bukan berarti bahwa tidak ada upaya untuk menentukan ataupun juga mengukur atau juga ada penjaminan mutu pembelajaran selama pandemik ini. Dan upaya inilah yang juga harus dikembangkan karena juga ke depan ketika kita menggunakan cybernetic sebagai model pembelajaran yang menggabungkan antara pertemuan fisik dengan juga masih tetap menggunakan internet atau media sosial ataupun juga dalam jaringan atau daring, maka juga tetap harus menggunakan model-model penjaminan mutu yang tepat dalam konteks pembelajaran ini. Tetapi ya dari peta jalan Kemendikbud dapat kita baca bahwa memang apa yang harus kita lakukan ke depan bukan untuk menentukan standar mutu secara nasional, tetapi justru kita akan mengembangkan diferensiasi karena masing-masing daerah, masing-masing tempat memiliki kekhasan, kekhususan yang berbeda. Maka standar mutu yang selama ini diterapkan tidak lagi relevan dengan kondisi COVID ini dan juga post atau pasca pandemi COVID. Maka nanti akan ditemukan dan harus ditemukan formula baru untuk bagaimana bentuk penjaminan mutu untuk pendidikan ini, terutama ketika kita menggunakan pembelajaran jarak jauh atau PJJ. Begitu Pak Dery, thank you for your question.
Okay, Pak Darian Shah, are you there with us? Is it Mrs. Stephanus answer your question? Okay, maybe he online now, but cannot open the video. So thank you so much for Mrs. Stephanus for very nice presentation, and let's give once again a big round of applause to Mrs. Stephanus. A very nice presentation for this today. So ladies and gentlemen, finally we come to the end of presentation. We would like to say thank you again for all of the presenters for their punctual time during presentation, informative and interesting talk, and to audience for your active participation. So in my summary today is education worldwide social life and global economy is affected during the COVID-19 pandemic. In education, thousands of schools closed, allow a very limited span to time to enforce social distancing measures. Educational institutions, particularly in Malaysia or Indonesia or Pakistan, are present with surmounting challenges in its system of planning, implementation, and assessment. On the light note, however, the global pandemic opened up opportunity to the country to upgrade its education mode of delivery and transfer its attention to emerging technologies. Education institution thereby needs to seize the opportunity to strengthen its evidence-based practice and make the curriculum responsive to the need of the challenging time. So hopefully the presentation will be beneficial for everybody. Thank you for your attention. So to all our audience, next session for resolution notes from Professor Datuk Dr. Abdul Razak Ahmad from Faculty of Education, National University of Malaysia. So Professor, are you with us now?
Yeah, I'm here already.
Okay, Professor. So
I'm driving.
okay, be safe, Professor. So now, Professor, can you start your resolution notes?
Yeah, very simple resolution. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Can you hear me here?
Yeah.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, moderator. Thank you and congratulations to the organizer of this conference, Universiti Sriwijaya, Sriwijaya Palembang, Indonesia, with the collaboration with the National University of Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur. All the keynote speakers and participants. I hope everybody everybody happy with attend this conference for today. Even we cannot see face to face, but we still can communicate each other from the visual conference. Very nice, interesting conference. Here I would like to read the ICOSH3 conference resolution. The resolution reached based on ICOSH3 2020 seminar that has been held virtually through the Zoom application platform on 20 December 2020 as follows. Number one, the COVID-19 pandemic has transformed conventional methods in global education, social life, and economic into a new model that is largely driven by borderless digital technology. The formation of a new model is dealing with such challenges needs to be formulated. Therefore, the ongoing cooperation between Malaysia and Indonesia in the educational development, innovative research, economic collaboration, and various community well-being programs implementation in these regions need to be further strengthened, and a strategic secretariat at the university level by both countries to implement this resolution should be established. Thank you very much. That's all our conference resolution for today. Thank you very much and see you again at the next conference. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very short but very compressed. So so have a nice journey, Professor. So, ladies and gentlemen, give once a big round of applause to Dato' Abdul Razak Ahmad. Okay, so now we are going to the next sessions. Okay, next session is for closing remarks. I would like to invite Associate Professor Dr. Mazan Awang on behalf of Professor Dr. Nuraza Nordin, Dean Faculty of Education, National University of Malaysia, to deliver closing remark speech. Okay.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Everyone, Alhamdulillah, we managed to carry out our ICOSH3 seminar this year. Alhamdulillah. On behalf of our Dean, Professor Dr. Norazah Muhammad Nordin, who is driving from her hometown to University Kebangsaan Malaysia for attending a memorandum of understanding between UKM and other universities. So she is not available to be with us, but she sent her regards to all of us. Okay, izinkan saya menggunakan bahasa Malaysia. Alhamdulillah, seharusnya ICOSH3 ini disekalikan dengan jejak para miswara. So I'm sorry for those who don't understand Malay language, but it is very important for us to mention that. Saya, Profesor Razak dan juga tim pendidikan sejarah dan tim sosiologi pendidikan sering bersama-sama dengan Unsri bawa Profesor Sabri, Profesor Alfitri, Profesor Andi, Azhar dan sebagainya ramai lagi. Kita sekalikan ICOSH ini dengan jejak para miswara 3. Last year kita lakukannya di Batam dan selepas selesai seminar sahaja kita merancangkan untuk melakukan ICOSH3 di Melaka. Dan yang ICOSH1 kita adakan di Palembang. Kemudian kita mengikut jejak langkah para miswara dari Palembang melungsuri Temasek, dan daripada Temasek itu kita pilih Batam sebab Batam juga pernah dilalui oleh para miswara. Kemudian para miswara membuka kota Melaka dan akhirnya kita ke Melaka. Tapi sebab tahun ini pandemik kita tak dapat menghadiri seminar di Melaka, jadi kita ubah secara online. Jadi kita lagi ada hasrat insya-Allah pada ICOSH4 kita cuba lanjutkan lagi jika sesuai ke Melaka, sebab perancangan tahun dahulunya kita langsungkan di Melaka kemudian langsung ke Bangkok, Thailand. Itu rencananya. Jadi langsung kita daripada Melaka ke Bangkok dan dari Bangkok delegasi daripada USRI langsung pulang ke Palembang, delegasi daripada Malaysia terus pulang ke Kuala Lumpur. Itu rencananya. Tapi tahun ini kita berjaya lakukan secara virtual saja. Saya mengucapkan berbanyak terima kasih kepada Unsri yang tidak jemu-jemu bersama-sama dengan UKM melangsungkan ICOSH3, dan insya-Allah saya mendoakan keadaan kembali pulih. Kita boleh lakukan ICOSH4 dengan lebih padu lagi. Kita mulakan kembali jejak para miswara kita yang terputus ekoran daripada pandemik ini. Saya di sini sebenarnya sekretariat telah mengenal pasti 4 kertas kerja terbaik untuk diumumkan di sini oleh jawatan kuasa di paper di sinilah. Jadi saya boleh minta izin kita umumkan.
Silakan Prof.
Okey. Mana saya bagi saya ada. 4 paper terbaik yang dihantar kepada jawatan kuasa di Universiti Kebangsaan Malaysia ini, semua paper yang dinilai itu paper lengkap. Kami menerima sekitar 130 abstrak dan 60 kertas kerja penuh. Jadi penilaian terhadap kertas kerja penuh ini untuk Best Paper Awards adalah seperti berikut ya.
Hantar ke saya.
Untuk adil sebenarnya kita buat kuota 2 best paper from Indonesia. Tetapi sampai kepada hari ini hanya ada 1 paper lengkap sahaja daripada Indonesia, dan paper itu langsung kita angkat sebagai best paper award yang ditulis oleh tajuknya . Mana? The evaluation of credit program implementation at the Bandar Indonesia, Palembang branch in order to improve productivity of credit without collateral or instead in Palembang City oleh Lovita ICOSH3. Ada di sini Lovita? Lovita ICOSH3. Kita punya keynote juga. Okey, kertas kerja Lovita dipilih sebagai Best Paper Award oleh komiti di Universiti Kebangsaan Malaysia dan insya-Allah sertifikatnya akan diberikan kemudian. Untuk paper dari Malaysia, ya sama-sama. Paper dari Malaysia kita ada kuartal 4, so 3 dari Malaysia ini dipilih oleh panel independent panels dari Malaysia. Topiknya the effectiveness of promotion toward bookstore in Jitra due to the COVID-19, ditulis oleh Nur Ashikin binti Harun. Adakah sekarang ini? Okay. Paper yang ketiga, best paper dianugerahkan kepada penulisnya Azlina Hasan, bertajuk Cabaran Penggunaan Alat Bantu Mengajar, Principles of Moment Kids and Pascal Kid Learning dalam norma baru pendidikan. Ditulis oleh Azlina Hasan. Adakah di sini? Dan yang seterusnya, persepsi pelajar terhadap penggunaan normalization tool dalam pembelajaran topik normalization semasa pandemik COVID-19 oleh Isma Syamsuria Ismail. InsyaAllah semua paper ini kita akan hubungi untuk dihantar sertifikat kepada para yang dianugerahkan Best Paper Awards. InsyaAllah kita lanjutkan penulisan ini, penerimaan sehingga 17 Disember. Jadi kepada semua presenters yang menghantar paper, bolehlah menghantarnya kepada sekretariat dan kita akan publish buku proceeding yang sudah dapat pun ISBN numbernya. Untuk itu saya mewakili Fakulti Pendidikan Universiti Kebangsaan Malaysia dengan Bismillahirrahmanirrahim mengucapkan salam sejahtera kepada semua dan menutup ICOSH3 dan insya-Allah dilanjutkan kepada ICOSH4. Saya serahkan kepada Dr. Syakila.
Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Razak. Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Mazan Awang, to announce the winners. Congratulations to all. And then, ladies and gentlemen, I hope this conference are useful to us in facing implication of COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you and see you soon in other conference. Now I pass the floor to MC.
And gentlemen, to close the conference, let's say Hamdalah. Alhamdulillahirrahmanirrahim. Finally, thank you so much for your attention. Sorry for my mistakes. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
To all participants and keynote speaker, if we now with us, can open all the video and then we can take picture together.
Terima kasih Prof. Mazdan.
Ya.
Dan
can open all
mudah-mudahan
okay, can open all the video and then secretary will take picture of the participants in this conference. Okay.
Could you please give us 5 minutes to move from attendee to panelist?
Okay.
So all participants can take pictures together.
Mana Pak Petrinya, Pak Petri?
Apa kabar? Prof. Razak.
Iya. Nyuruh aja.
Iya, lagi di mana?
Dari ini mau ke Kuantan.
Oh, Kuantan. Iya.
Oke, nanti kita ketemu lagi ya.
Iya.
Dah kangen.
Iya.
Screen semua. Okay, Secretariat, please take action. Okay, smile. Give a very nice smile for this today. All right. So, okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your cooperation, and saya mengucapkan selamat maju jaya dan jumpa lagi insyaAllah.
Terima kasih Pak Fitri,
Terima
Pak
kasih
Sabri
semua.
Terima kasih Datuk Razak.
Terima kasih semuanya.
Kami merindui kalian semua. Merindui kalian semua.
Tak bisa jumpa ni.
InsyaAllah nanti soon, insyaAllah. Sihat.
Iya, insyaAllah.
InsyaAllah. Ni baju Palembang pula. Okey, baik. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Kita juga merindui.
Ya Pak Sanus, selamat ya Bu Martina.
Terima kasih Prof, makasih.
Tuan Karem, terima kasih. Puan Sakila, terima kasih.
Terima kasih. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alhamdulillah Pak Kama jadi best presentasi.
Ku nandang lagi